Chapter 336. Tens of thousands of spirit stones. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't have tens of thousands of high-quality spirit stones. However, even one top-quality spirit stone was priceless. If he took out a top-quality spirit stone, he would be able to lower the price. But it was clear that one top-quality spirit stone wasn't enough. In the end, he would need several. Although he could get the recipe, he would lose a lot of money. Of course, if he used celestial jades, he could also get the recipe. However, with Wang Lin's personality, even though he was determined to get the recipe, he wouldn't directly trade for it if he needed too much. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. Then he slapped his bag of holding and took out a wood carving. This wood carving was a defective product from when he made the wooden passage carving. Although it only had a trace of the domain of the spirit severing stage, it had the power of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. There were also several blood meridians inside the wood carving. This wood carving was the same as a puppet and didn't have any restrictions on its use. This kind of treasure was very important to the cultivators of the Sea of Devils. The white-haired old man's eyes lit up as he looked at the wood carving. What he cared about wasn't the strength of the wood carving, but the technique used to make it. The treasure refining pavilion was famous for refining treasures, so the white-haired old man's refining skills were naturally not low. He could immediately tell that the wood carving was not ordinary. Whether it was the trace of the domain of the spirit severing stage or the blood meridians inside, they could all be said to be heavenly work. However, he kept having the feeling that he had seen the blood meridians inside somewhere before. Wang Lin took out the wood carving, threw it down and said, "This will be the price." Su Luo had been paying attention to the third floor. When he saw the wood carving, he immediately jumped up and respectfully caught it. Then he handed it to the appraisers next to him. When the appraisers saw the wood carving, their expressions changed and they began to whisper among themselves. The white-haired old man pondered for a bit before his eyes suddenly narrowed. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "Fellow cultivator, could the blood veins inside the wood carving be the ice puppet technique of Shuiyu?" Wang Lin looked at the white-haired old man and was a bit surprised that he could recognize Shuiyu's method. However, after thinking about it, this old man had been at the spirit-severing realm for many years, and as the person in charge of the blacksmith pavilion, it wasn't strange that he was knowledgeable. Wang Lin nodded. At this moment, the appraisers on the first floor raised their heads. One of them said in a deep voice, "I've never seen this item before, but I can confirm that it has the same effect as a late nascent soul stage puppet. It's priced at 5,000 high-grade spirit stones." As soon as he said this, the people on the first floor immediately looked at the wooden carving. At the same time, they raised their heads and glanced at the third floor. Wang Lin frowned. The value of this item was definitely more than 5,000 spirit stones. The white-haired old man also frowned. He let out a snort as if he was sending a message. The appraisers didn't know what this item was, but with his cultivation, he was able to see its value at a glance. Not to mention the blood veins inside the wood carving were enough to double the value of this item. Not to mention, it also contained a sliver of the spirit-severing domain. For a rank 6 pill recipe that was already worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, 5,000 spirit stones wasn't enough. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He didn't say a word as he looked at the door of the room. Shortly after, a beautiful girl came up from the second floor. After respectfully greeting Wang Lin, she entered the room, put down a piece of purple jade, and left. "Fellow cultivator, this old man will buy your puppet. This purple jade strip can be exchanged for 20,000 upper-grade spirit stones in any of the main city shops of the weapon forging pavilion," said the white-haired old man. Wang Lin smiled. He didn't even look at the jade. Instead, he looked at the first floor and said, "I bid 20,000 high-grade spirit stones." As soon as he said this, there was an uproar. At this moment, a female voice came out from the room in the middle of the third floor, 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. Wang Lin frowned. At this moment, Chiu Siping gritted his teeth and said, Brother Wang, I still have 4,000 high-grade spirit stones. No need. Wang Lin's voice was calm. 30,000 high-grade spirit stones was a large amount even in the kingdom of Rosefinch. After a long time, no one increased the price. In the end, the rank 6 pill recipe was bought by the person in the middle of the room. After all, even though rank 6 pill recipes were rare, most of the materials used to refine them were extinct. 30,000 high-grade spirit stones was a sky-high price. Of course, if it was a rank 6 pill, it would be different. The white-haired old man shook his head and left. He didn't take the purple jade with him. Instead, he left it on the table. Let's go. Wang Lin stood up and put away the jade. His expression was normal, but his eyes were cold. He went down the stairs with Li Muwen and returned to the inn. Wang Lin, that pill recipe is nothing. Moreover, we don't know what kind of pill is recorded in it. Li Muwen said softly in the room. Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, Wait for me here. I'm determined to get that pill recipe. The twins hesitated for a moment and nodded. Wang Lin's eyes swept across the room and landed on Lu Fei and Tai Yan. He said, You two stay here and guard it. Lu Fei and Tai Yan immediately nodded. Wang Lin took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was outside the inverse Devil City. He scanned the area with his divine sense and disappeared again. This time, he appeared on a cliff 3,000 miles away. At this moment there was a woman standing on the cliff. She was wearing a green robe and had a white veil covering her face. Behind her stood an old man. The old man's eyes were calm. There didn't seem to be any fluctuation of spiritual energy in his body. The moment Wang Lin appeared, the old man's eyes flashed and a ray of light burst out. Junior Zhou Yanhong greets Senior. The woman in green had a pleasant voice. When she saw Wang Lin, her eyes were as calm as water. You led me here. If you can't give me a satisfactory reason, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Lin's expression was normal. The woman in green's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, Senior's wisdom is extraordinary. I admire you. This woman was also on the 3rd floor, so she naturally knew what happened on the 3rd floor. She knew that Wang Lin had an earth cultivator at the Soul Formation realm. However, after seeing him bid 20,000, she still raised the price by 10,000. There must be something fishy about this. Also, after leaving the Treasure Refining Pavilion's auction house, not only did this woman not leave, she had been waiting here. Wang Lin naturally saw through her intentions. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Lin's voice was cold. The old man behind the woman in green snorted and took a step forward. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and landed on this person. He said, You have just reached the Soul Formation realm and haven't stabilized yet. What you have comprehended is someone else's domain. Back down. The old man's face was gloomy, but his heart was shaking. He gritted his teeth and steadied himself. Wang Lin looked at the old man and flicked his right hand. Suddenly, a ray of spiritual energy shot out from his finger. The old man's expression changed greatly. He immediately slapped his bag of holding and took out an umbrella-shaped magical treasure. He opened it and it emitted waves of colorful light. You overestimate yourself. Wang Lin snorted. Bang. When the spirit seal was imprinted on the umbrella, cracks immediately appeared on the umbrella-shaped magic treasure. The 5-colored light immediately dimmed. The old man's body seemed to have been hit by a powerful force and was pushed back several meters. His face was strangely red, and it took him a while to return to normal. Wang Lin didn't want to kill him. Instead, his gaze fell on the woman. The woman in green's eyes revealed a trace of fear. After pondering for a while, she took out a brocade box from her bag of holding and handed it over with both hands. Wang Lin's right hand reached out and the brocade box fell into his hand. He gently patted it and the box shattered. A jade slip floated out. He picked up the jade slip and looked at it. Then he copied a copy and threw the jade slip to the woman. He said, "Speak. Why did you lure me here?" The woman in green took the jade slip. She took a deep breath and whispered, "Senior, I was reckless before because I had no other choice. There is a reason for this. I hope that Senior can help me this once for the sake of this rank 6 pill recipe." Wang Lin's expression remained the same and he remained calm. The woman in green clenched her teeth and said, "I'm from the Piaomiao sect in the Zhou country. My father is the sect master of the Piaomiao sect. My father entered the immortal graveyard 20 years ago and hasn't returned. The immortal graveyard is one of the 2 most dangerous places in Suzaku. It's as famous as the 9 Serenity barren land. I can't enter with my cultivation. Please help me enter and find my father's remains." After that, the woman in green looked sad. She pursed her lips and waited for Wang Lin's reply. "I don't have time," Wang Lin said calmly. He patted his bag of holding and took out the purple jade slip from the white-haired old man. He threw it to the woman and said, "This jade slip is worth 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. Consider it the money for copying." After that, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared. The woman in green stared at the direction Wang Lin disappeared. Her eyes were filled with despair. She originally didn't have any hope, but when she saw Wang Lin on the 3rd floor, the old man beside him told her that he was a soul formation cultivator. After hearing this, hope was ignited in her heart. Later, when she saw the white-haired old man from the treasure refining pavilion, she was even more certain. That's why she bought the jade slip. Her goal was to lure Wang Lin here. Wang Lin really didn't have time. The rank 6 pill recipe was called the rank 6 return to origin pill. Just like its name, the return to origin pill could be refined even in rank 1 and 2 cultivation countries. However, what they refined were only rank 1 and 2 return to origin pills. There was only one effect of the return to origin pill, and that was to increase the speed at which a cultivator could absorb the heaven and earth spiritual qi several times over for a short period of time. The rank 6 return to origin pill was the same, but the increase in speed was terrifying. However, there was a limit to this pill. Each person could only take 1 pill every 100 years. If they took too many, their body would be crystallized by the sudden increase in spiritual energy. As a result, they would become a human-shaped crystal and their soul would be sealed inside. After a long period of refinement, as the human-shaped crystal became smaller and smaller, there was a chance that it would become a subtop quality spirit stone. In ancient times, there was no other way to obtain top-quality spirit stones other than by refining them. Naturally, there weren't many of them. Thus, the existence of the high-grade return to origin pill was created. In fact, the top-quality spirit stones that were popular in ancient times were mostly made this way. However, the chances weren't very high. Chapter 337. These top-quality spirit stones were called subpar top-quality spirit stones. After reading the description of the pill recipe, even with Wang Lin's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but be shocked. This method was too vicious. His heart skipped a beat. According to the description of the pill recipe, subpar top-quality spirit stones all had a very faint bloodline. Only after reaching the soul formation stage and looking at it with one's origin soul would they be able to see it. He slapped his bag of holding and took out his own top-quality spirit stones. His eyes lit up and he carefully looked at them one by one. "I can't believe that all of the top-quality spirit stones I have, except for one, have bloodlines on them." Wang Lin pondered for a bit and then disappeared. 10 days later, Wang Lin's group appeared outside the ancient transfer array at the border of Chu. When Wang Lin used the ancient transfer array this time, he didn't know if he was hallucinating or not, but when he activated the transfer array, he felt like he heard a sigh filled with relief. This sound came from the top-quality spirit stones. They returned to the valley next to the immortal graveyard in Chu. This place was exactly the same as when they left. Lu Fei and Tai Yan stopped 50 kilometers away and continued to cultivate. They tried to condense the spiritual energy in their bodies so that they could reach completion as soon as possible. Wang Lin's life returned to normal. Every day, he would help Li Muan take care of her body while Li Muan would study the rank 6 pill recipe. Many of the herbs in the recipe had been lost, so Li Muan's job was to find replacements. She wasn't afraid of death, but she didn't want to leave Wang Lin. In order to stay with Wang Lin, she focused all her attention on the pill recipe. Sometimes, she would raise her head and see Wang Lin cultivating not far from her. Every time this happened, her eyes would reveal a gentle expression. However, this gentle expression contained a deep sense of reluctance and longing. Li Muan let out a sigh in her heart. The search for a replacement pill lasted for a month before Ouyang Zi was called over by Wang Lin. Unfortunately, the last rank 5 alchemist in the Cloud Sky sect, Tian Yunzi, had failed to reach the soul formation stage and died many years ago. Otherwise, if the three of them could study the recipe together, it would be a lot faster. Ouyang Zi was a madman when it came to alchemy. He had lived his entire life for alchemy, so when he saw a grade 6 spirit pill, it was as if he had seen the goal of his life. He immediately went crazy and spent days and nights studying the substitutes for the 137 ingredients, as well as the separation and combination of ingredient. Every time a substitute was found, Lu Fei and Song Qing from the Cloud Sky sect would immediately search for it and deliver it to them. If the Cloud Sky sect didn't have it, they would buy it from sects in other countries. If that still did not work, then they would exchange for clues to medicinal herbs for Lu Fei and Tai Yan to collect. Time passed quickly. 2 years later, out of the 137 ingredients required for the Origin Restoration pill, only 3 had yet to be substituted. In these 2 years, Ouyang Zi forgot to eat and sleep. He completely forgot about everything else as he immersed himself in studying the grade 6 pill. As for Li Muan, in these 2 years, her face began to show signs of aging. Her skin was no longer snow white, but slightly gray. 2 years of constantly injecting spiritual energy into her body couldn't stop the cycle of life and death. Every time Wang Lin saw Li Muan aging, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. The reluctance in Li Muan's eyes became even stronger. On this rainy night, it began to drizzle outside the valley. After Li Muan went to sleep, Wang Lin stood alone in the rain. Looking at the mountains in the distance, the pain in his heart became stronger and stronger. Wan Er's body is getting weaker and weaker. If she tries to reach the nascent soul stage by force, her body will die before it can even form. At that time, the incomplete nascent soul will only dissipate. I won't even be able to take her soul. Wang Lin stared into the distance and let out a sigh. He took out a jug of wine from his bag of holding, drank a big gulp, and sat down against the stone wall. This wine was fruit wine. There wasn't much left in Wang Lin's bag of holding. Every time he drank it, he would think of the time when Daniel gave him wine when he was young. Uncle Wang, you came to the capital to do business because you want to make a lot of money so you can go back and get married. Once Uncle makes a lot of money, I'll go back and get married. The scene from the past appeared in Wang Lin's mind. He drank the entire jug of wine in a few gulps. His eyes were filled with determination as he looked up at the sky. Just at this moment, an excited shout came from the room where Ouyang Zi was researching pill recipes. Shortly after, Ouyang Zi quickly walked out of the room and saw Wang Lin in the rain. He was startled, but he quickly walked up to Wang Lin and excitedly said, "Sect Master, I found the substitutes for the last 3 herbs." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he looked at Ouyang Zi. Ouyang Zi quickly took out a piece of jade and handed it to Wang Lin. He said, "These 3 herbs are already extinct, but I found 34 herbs that can be used together. Although the effect won't be as strong as the original, it won't be too far off. Wang Lin took the jade, scanned it with his divine sense, and immediately memorized it. Ouyangzi said, "These herbs are very rare. There are only 4 of them in Cloud Sky Country. I'm afraid you'll have to go to a rank 4 cultivation country to get the rest." Wang Lin stood up. He held the jade in his hand and disappeared. The moment he left, Li Muwen opened her eyes in the stone house. There was a hint of reluctance in her eyes. "You'll never see what I look like when I'm at my loneliest, because only when you're not by my side will I be at my loneliest." 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of Li Muwen's eyes. Fine wrinkles had already appeared on her forehead. The current her, compared to 2 years ago, looked 10 years older. Wang Lin didn't waste too much time on this trip. 7 months later, he returned to Chu with a tired expression. In these 7 months of time, Wang Lin didn't rest at all. He went to most of the rank 4 cultivation countries and some of the rank 5 cultivation countries. Finally, all the medicinal herbs had been purchased, exchanged, or plundered. Finally, all of them had been collected. In these 7 months, he experienced many battles. The 2 most dangerous ones were in the rank 5 cultivation countries. One was against a mid-stage soul formation cultivator with a special domain. Although Wang Lin won in the end, it was a narrow victory. The power of the soul formation cultivator made Wang Lin's heart skip a beat. The other time was against a late-stage soul formation cultivator. Although his domain was ordinary, he was about to reach the peak of the late stage of soul formation. Although his domain was ordinary, it was very flexible in his hands. Wang Lin analyzed the situation. Even Red Butterfly was a bit weaker than this person. In the end, Wang Lin tied with this person. After 7 months of experience, Wang Lin realized that Red Butterfly wasn't the number 1 soul formation cultivator in Rosefinch. There were some hidden experts. Although they hadn't reached the soul transformation stage, they were very powerful. Some of them had special domains, and they were very powerful. After returning to Chu, Wang Lin didn't stop. He quickly rushed toward the valley. Inside the valley, Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and found that Lu Fei and Tai Yan were both able to go within 500 meters of the valley. Their cultivation levels were a bit higher than before. Wang Lin's figure appeared outside the stone house. When he opened the door, his body involuntarily trembled. What he saw was the back of a person. This figure had a head of long hair, but half of it was already gray. Wang Lin's heart felt a stab of pain as he walked up to Li Muwen. He looked at her originally beautiful face, but now it looked even older. "Wan Er, I'm back. The ingredients are here," Wang Lin said softly. Wan Er faintly smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, she looked deeply at Wang Lin and said, "Don't leave anymore. Accompany me more. I don't have much time left." Wang Lin looked at Li Muwen and seriously said, "You won't die." Li Muwen bit her lower lip and gently nodded. She leaned against Wang Lin, her eyelashes trembled, and she closed her eyes. Wang Lin's return caused Ouyangzi to immediately immerse himself in alchemy. Refining a grade 6 spirit pill was his life's pursuit, his lifelong dream. At this moment, he felt as if his mind had been ignited and his soul had been consumed. Almost all of the substitutes were things that he had personally calculated for a long time before deciding on. There were more than 100 types of raw materials, and under his analysis, he had used close to 1,000 types of materials. This involved the characteristics of each material as well as the time needed to refine it. Without a lot of experience in alchemy, there was no way to refine it. Even Ouyangzi didn't dare to be careless. He wasn't doing this for Li Muwen, he was doing it purely for himself. He was doing it to fulfill one of his dreams. He had told himself many times that he could fail countless times in his life, but this time he couldn't afford to fail. The pill refining continued. Ouyangzi's temper became more and more irritable as he continued. Sometimes, when Wang Lin asked him questions, he would become very annoyed. This wasn't because he wasn't afraid of Wang Lin, but because of his personality. His personality was to forget about everything else and focus on refining high-level spirit pills. Wang Lin didn't care about Ouyangzi's irritation at all. In fact, he believed that out of all the people in the Cloud Sky sect, only Ouyangzi had the highest chance of reaching the soul formation stage. Because he could reach the peak of alchemy, he could use it to comprehend the heavens and obtain a certain domain. However, his cultivation level was still stuck at the mid-stage of nascent soul. If he could reach the peak of the late stage of nascent soul, then reaching the soul formation stage wouldn't be much of a problem for him. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Ouyangzi still hadn't finished his pill refining. It was as if he was stuck at some point. His temper became even more irritable, and one could occasionally hear him roar. Ever since Wang Lin came back, he spent every day by Li Muan's side. He watched as she aged, her black hair turned white, and her deathly aura became even stronger. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin hadn't cut off all of his spiritual energy from her body, Li Muan would have already turned into a pile of bones. After another 3 years, Ouyangzi's pill refining had a breakthrough. Although he hadn't finished it, he wasn't far from it. Occasionally, the smell of medicine would come from his pill refining room. Li Muan's body had become extremely weak. She couldn't walk anymore. She lay on the bed all day and silently looked at Wang Lin. The reluctance in her eyes became even stronger. Chapter 338. I can't avoid the cycle of reincarnation, and time won't wait for me. When will you take me away? In my left hand is a short amount of karma outside the sea of devils, and in my right hand is a long time of loneliness. Li Muan was quietly lying on the bed. She was wearing a white robe. Although her face was old, her eyes were still bright. She quietly looked at the man before her. One look, one look. She wanted to engrave this person's appearance in her heart forever. She couldn't tell if this man before her was a mortal's love. She only knew that this figure would often appear in her mind when she listened to the zither music for 100 years. Wang Lin held Li Muan's hand. His eyes were filled with gentleness. Although his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife and his heart was bleeding, his face was still filled with gentleness. Li Muan looked outside the window and softly said, "Wang Lin, last night I dreamt of my big brother. He was smiling at me, and behind him, I saw 2 very familiar old people. They looked like my parents. Li Muan's parents died a long time ago. It was her big brother who raised her." Wang Lin's heart hurt even more. That night, Wang Lin stood outside the stone house. He looked at the country of Zhao and silently called out in his heart. Within the borders of the state of Zhao, deep underground in the Hingyu mountain range, a red-haired man with a cold face suddenly opened his eyes while sitting cross-legged. The moment he opened his eyes, the entire country of Zhao rumbled like thunder. It was as if a demon had been born, and all the cultivators were shocked. The eyes of the original body were filled with coldness and ruthlessness. 2 purple stars were flashing between his eyebrows. His body was covered in purple lightning. He gently turned his head. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the earth as he looked toward the country of Chu. He slowly stood up, tore open the ground in front of him, and walked toward the country of Chu from underground. Time quickly passed. Soon, half a year had passed. Li Muan's body grew weaker, and her soul was on the verge of collapse. The Heaven Dao cycle of reincarnation continued to emit a gravitational force, as if it were trying to take her away from Wang Lin. On this day, Ouyangzi handed a fiery red pill to Wang Lin with an unconcealable look of excitement on his face. "I, Ouyangzi, have concocted a grade 6 spirit pill." As soon as he finished speaking, his limit mind went dark and he collapsed to the ground. He was not dead, but his mind was haggard. Holding the pill, Wang Lin stared blankly at Li Muan, who was on the verge of death. Her hair was all white, and she looked like an old woman. On her face, the beauty of the past was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by the vicissitudes of life. During these years, Wang Lin watched as Li Muwen aged bit by bit, her beauty withered, and the world turned into mulberry fields. The dust of her past life, the soil of her present life, and the endless sorrow filled the ocean in her heart. However, this ocean was too deep, this ocean was too big. In the end, the ocean turned into tears. Everything was vast, and there were only two of them. He walked the path of defying the heavens, cultivating the Tao of reincarnation. His life was full of twists and turns, and his body was filled with exhaustion. However, he still had faith in his heart. At this moment, although his appearance didn't change, his heart became more and more vicissitudes as the woman in front of him aged. In his eyes, the old appearance of the woman in front of him was just an illusion. In his heart, this woman's appearance was still the same as when he was outside the Sea of Devils, when she was playing the zither in a pavilion in Chu, when she was watching him disappear into the distance. Wang Lin gently touched Li Muwen's face and slowly placed the pill in his hand into her mouth. The moment the pill entered her mouth, Li Muwen's face turned red. In an instant, the boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all over the Chu country began to crazily gather and enter Li Muwen's body. The stone room couldn't withstand this powerful spiritual energy and began to emit cracking sounds. When the wind blew by, it turned into dust and disappeared. Lu Fei and Tai Yan awakened from their closed eyes. Their expressions immediately changed. At this moment, Ouyang Zi's body was pushed out by a gentle force and landed next to Lu Fei and Tai Yan. "Take Ouyang Zi and wait for me at the Cloud Sky sect." Wang Lin's voice slowly came. Tai Yan didn't say a word. He grabbed Ouyang Zi and quickly flew off with Lu Fei. It wasn't until they were more than 50 kilometers away that they turned around and took a deep look behind them. Although the stone room was destroyed, Li Muwen's body was still floating in the air. Endless spiritual energy entered her body, causing her face to turn red. Gradually, a dim golden core appeared in her dantian. The moment the golden core appeared, all the spiritual energy rushed into it like crazy. Wang Lin's hand formed a seal. One by one, the seals landed on the golden core. His expression was extremely serious. Slowly, the seals became faster and faster and cracks appeared on the golden core. A rank 6 origin returning pill could increase the absorption rate of spiritual energy in a short period of time, allowing the user to break through a bottleneck. However, Li Muwen's body was too weak. Her lifespan was almost up, so it was very difficult for her to endure the power of the reincarnation cycle. Wang Lin's body moved and floated in the air. He didn't look at Li Muwen, but looked up at the sky. His expression was filled with determination. His biggest enemy was the heavens and the reincarnation cycle. As the spiritual energy entered Li Muwen's golden core, more cracks appeared on it. Gradually, rays of golden light were emitted from the cracks. Although the golden light was bright, it was not dazzling. Instead, it gave off a gentle feeling. However, at that moment, a layer of gray appeared on Li Muwen's body. The gray became thicker, and in an instant it covered her entire body. Wang Lin's life and death intent had already covered Li Muwen's body. However, compared to the gray, it was insignificant. Mortals couldn't see the gray. Even cultivators couldn't see it. Wang Lin's life and death intent was derived from the reincarnation cycle, so he was the only one who could clearly see the gray chi. He was also the only one who knew what the gray chi was. The gray chi was the heavenly Tao, the reincarnation cycle, and the appearance of a person before death. Li Muwen's eyes were filled with reluctance. She looked longingly at Wang Lin, then at her surroundings. She let out a sigh and slowly closed her eyes. A tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. Tears slowly fell to the ground, making a soft sound. When this sound entered Wang Lin's ears, it was as if he was hearing the collapse of his previous life. He didn't know if the place where the tear fell would be filled with memories and sorrow in the next year. The moment she passed away, the golden core's color immediately darkened, but the cracks on it immediately shattered. A small person that looked exactly like Li Muwen appeared. The moment she opened her pure eyes, they immediately closed after Li Muwen died. Wang Lin, I'm willing to give up everything. Even if the stars in the sky fall, as long as I can have you by my side, your eyes will be the brightest light in my heart. Wang Lin, I'm willing to give up everything. Even if the reincarnation cycle of my previous life and this life extinguishes my soul, it won't stop me from being reluctant to part with you. Wang Lin, I'm willing to lose everything. Even if my life passes away, even if the years return to silence, I only hope that the flower of memories will never wither. Wang Lin, this is our karma. This is the heavenly Tao's choice. In the end, we are still struggling under the heavenly Tao, like water and ink. Even if the heavens want you to die, I'll take you back. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sorrow. He suddenly raised his head and his eyes were filled with determination. Suddenly, the life and death domain crazily surged out from his body. In the sky outside the valley, the life and death reincarnation scroll appeared once again. A landscape painting with only two colors, black and white, slowly unfolded. It was as if a giant, invisible hand was waving and ripples appeared on the painting. The moment the landscape painting appeared, a thunderous rumble came from the sky and spread across the entire country of Chu. Li Muwen's body quickly turned into bones and fell from the sky, disappearing into the horizon. As for the dead nascent soul, it was also slowly dissipating. However, the moment Wang Lin's life and death reincarnation scroll covered the sky, the speed at which the nascent soul dissipated slowly slowed down. Wang Lin's body flickered and reappeared in the sky. His right hand grabbed the life and death reincarnation scroll and pulled it down. Suddenly, the two scrolls descended and wrapped around Li Muwen's nascent soul. At this moment, there was no scroll in the sky, revealing a strange scene. Red clouds churned in the sky, and two rays of light that seemed to be able to see through one's mind came out from the churning red clouds and looked at Wang Lin. This strange yet familiar presence caused Wang Lin's body to tremble. However, he still raised his head and stood in the sky. Below him was Li Muwen's nascent soul wrapped up by the scroll. At this moment, Wang Lin used his life and death domain and his understanding of the life and death Tao to protect Li Muwen's nascent soul. He was going to fight against the heavens. Even if the heavens want you to die, I'll take you back. This was a promise, and it was also Wang Lin's declaration of war against the heavens. As the red clouds filled the sky, the two gazes slowly retreated. However, in the next moment, countless red clouds gathered together, forming a giant hand that seemed capable of supporting the heavens and earth. It descended from the sky, grabbing toward Li Muwen's nascent soul, which was wrapped up by the painting of life and death. Wang Lin let out a roar. His body flickered as he grabbed the life and death scroll and flew off into the distance. The giant hand seemed to be able to cross the distance and reach for the life and death scroll in Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he raised his head to meet the giant hand. Bang! Wang Lin's nascent soul trembled violently. Under the force of the impact, it was knocked back 10 feet. However, his nascent soul immediately returned to his body. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth as he continued to flee. At the same time, his divine sense spread out like crazy to search for something. The giant hand lifted up and the two gazes appeared in the red clouds again. They looked at the scroll in Wang Lin's hand before the giant hand descended again. The main body! Wang Lin yelled. The book comments section has been quite lively lately, but, haha, you've all guessed wrong. In the next moment, the mystery was revealed. Chapter 339. At the instant the gigantic hand closed in, the ground trembled with a bang. As it shattered, a red-haired, cold, and handsome figure swiftly charged out. With an endless chill, he crashed into the gigantic hand. Bang! The palm was knocked back a few dozen feet. The two eyes in the red cloud locked onto the red-haired figure like lightning. The main body's expression was the same as usual, without any abnormalities. It was as if the slap of the giant palm was just a breeze. However, the two purple stars between his eyebrows were rotating rapidly. He stood in front of Wang Lin and coldly looked at the sky. The gaze in the red clouds retreated once again. However, shortly after, the red clouds in the sky increased once again. This time, a large number of red clouds fused into the palm in the blink of an eye. The palm, which was initially a little illusory, became more solid. 5 sharp nails slowly took shape. Once again, the grab arrived. This time, as the hand closed in, 5 giant spatial rifts appeared from the hand's fingernails. It was as if they were tearing the sky apart as they chased after Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a roar as he slapped his bag of holding, and the restriction flag appeared. With a shake, the flag turned into a black lance, and he threw it forward. At the same time, the stars between the original body's eyebrows suddenly paused. A crisp sound came from his body as he quickly grew into a 30-foot-tall giant. There was a faint purple glow under his skin and his body gave off a wild aura. At this moment, there was a faint trace of an ancient god on his body. The original body's eyes were filled with battle intent as he let out a roar and stepped into the air to grab the black lance. With a bang, the lance stabbed toward the incoming palm. A sound that sounded like the world was collapsing came from the sky. The black spear shattered inch by inch, turning into broken restrictions that dissipated. His original body was hit by a powerful force and fell from the sky. The moment the original body landed, the ground cracked and countless cracks spread out in all directions. The original body continued to sink until he was 3,000 kilometers below the ground before stopping. There was a trace of blood on the corner of the original body's mouth, but the battle intent in his eyes became even stronger. At this moment, his blood was boiling as he charged forward again. At this moment, Wang Lin didn't stop and quickly moved forward. His divine sense spread out and he carefully searched the area. His eyes suddenly narrowed and locked onto a mountain village 10,000 kilometers away. At this moment, the giant palm reached toward Wang Lin after knocking the original body back. From start to finish, the gaze in the red cloud didn't change at all. At the moment the claw closed in, Wang Lin suddenly turned around. His hand formed a seal, gathered all the spiritual energy in his body, and pointed at the center of the palm. Bang! Wang Lin's body was thrown far away and he coughed out blood. The blood landed on the life and death wheel and slowly disappeared. Li Muan's nascent soul was originally on the verge of dissipating, but at this moment, there was a trace of vitality and determination. He was fighting against the reincarnation cycle so that this woman could live and do heaven-defying things from the reincarnation cycle. The giant palm reached out once more. Just at this moment, the original body charged out from the ground and let out a roar. He suddenly appeared in front of Wang Lin and clenched his right fist to meet the giant palm. Bang! The original body coughed out blood, but he began to laugh like crazy. The giant palm was once again knocked back several dozen meters. The original body stepped forward while laughing and raised his right hand once more. Thunderous rumbles echoed as he continuously slammed into the giant palm. Boom! 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 Every time he slammed, the original body would bleed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were filled with battle intent. I'm an ancient god, so I must defy the heavens. If you want to use the Tao of reincarnation, then destroy me first. The original body laughed as the stars on his forehead spun like crazy. At this moment, a giant figure appeared behind the original body. This figure's head reached the sky and its feet were on the ground. It wasn't standing, but it was kneeling on one knee with its head lowered as if it was sleeping. The original body continued to laugh as his right fist continued to attack. His body continued to rise while the giant palm continued to retreat. As the original body attacked, the figure behind him slowly raised its head. The gaze in the red cloud was still calm. It was an emissary formed by the heavenly Tao's reincarnation cycle, so it didn't have any emotions. All it had was following the cycle of reincarnation and sending anyone who tried to avoid it back into the heavenly Tao. The original body's strength had already surpassed all cultivators. Without saying a word, Wang Lin quickly left. In the end, the arm formed by the red clouds fused with the original body's attack and disappeared. However, in the blink of an eye, the arm charged out of the red clouds again. This time, the arm was almost completely solid, and it was several times stronger than before. He no longer stretched out his hand. Instead, he clenched it into a fist and punched the original body. With a bang, it was as if the sky was collapsing. The original body's body was damaged in many places, and it fell from the sky. At this moment, the illusory figure behind the original body seemed to have awakened from its slumber. It raised its head and a powerful force came from the illusory figure. The original body's falling momentum immediately stopped, and its body involuntarily rose into the air again, merging into the illusory figure's forehead. The giant fist didn't care about the original body's figure, and instead smashed toward Wang Lin, who had already run far away. Wang Lin's divine sense saw everything that was happening behind him. He clenched his teeth and moved even faster. With one teleportation, he closed the distance of 5,000 kilometers. Beneath his feet was a village that seemed like a paradise. Some children were playing, as if they could not hear the earth-shattering sounds that were happening thousands of miles away. In truth, this was indeed the case. Whether it was the sky collapsing or the giant hand, mortals couldn't see them. Only Wang Lin and his original body could see them and feel them. The only thing that was real was the crater created by the original body. However, when the sound reached this place, it was very weak. In the village of less than 100 people, in one of the cottages, a woman was cooking porridge. Occasionally, she would lift her head and look out the window at the children playing. A gentle look could be seen in her eyes as she rubbed her belly. Wang Lin waved the life and death reincarnation scroll in his hand, and Li Muan's nascent soul appeared. As soon as it appeared, it dissipated. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with tenderness as he pointed to Li Muan's nascent soul. Immediately, the nascent soul turned into a meteor that shot toward the village. At this moment, the huge fist in the air caught up to him. It descended from the sky toward Li Muan's nascent soul. Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he blocked it. Bang! Wang Lin coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he waved his right hand, causing 9 wooden carvings to appear in front of him. The domain of time appeared. The gigantic fist descended once more, and 6 of the wooden carvings cracked and shattered. The fist passed through them, bypassing Wang Lin and smashing toward Li Muan's nascent soul. Wang Lin let out a roar and once again appeared in front of the fist. He didn't have time to unleash any magical techniques, so he used his own body to block it. Boom! Blood flowed out of Wang Lin's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, but he was laughing. That laughter grew louder and louder, until it was almost crazed. You want to wipe out Wan Er's traces and force her back into the cycle of reincarnation? I, Wang Lin, won't let you. Within the red cloud, the cold gaze locked onto Wang Lin as the fist descended again. Wang Lin blocked it once again. This time, his body was broken in many places, and blood sprayed out of his nose and mouth. However, his expression was one of madness. He looked up at the eyes within the red cloud and laughed. I cultivate the Heaven Tao reincarnation art. One day I will replace reincarnation. When that time comes, I will make the reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth act according to my will. I will make you, an illusory figure created by reincarnation, kneel before my feet. The gaze within the red cloud was as calm as ever, as if it were looking at a lowly mortal spouting nonsense. By this time, Li Muan's nascent soul had already entered the village, and was silently fusing with the flesh and blood in the woman's stomach. The gaze within the red cloud swept over the village, and then landed on Wang Lin. A huge fist smashed down. This time, the fist contained a gravitational force, and countless lightning bolts intertwined with each other. This fist was a punishment to stop the heavenly Tao. The moment the fist landed, the true body arrived. A ray of blood-red light came from the distance and fused with Wang Lin. In an instant, Wang Lin and the true body disappeared, and in their place appeared a figure with long hair that reached his feet. This person's left eye was like the moon, and his right eye was like the sun. His body emitted the aura of an ancient god and the domain of life and death. At this moment, Wang Lin was no longer a cultivator, nor was he an ancient god, but a mysterious existence. His body was as powerful as an ancient god's, and his body contained a cultivator's origin soul. The combination of the inside and the outside, the intersection of body refinement and Tao cultivation. Wang Lin raised his head. Behind him, not only did the illusory figure raise its head, but if one looked closely, they could clearly see an origin soul the size of a person on the chest of the illusory figure. The origin soul's body was covered in something that looked like meridians that connected all parts of the illusory figure's body. This origin soul was like the heart of an ancient god. At this moment, before the heavenly Tao reincarnation fist could land, Wang Lin kicked off the ground and flew toward the fist. Bang! 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 Wang Lin's body was thrown far away. He coughed out blood, but he began to laugh wildly. His voice was filled with arrogance. Now that she has reincarnated as a nascent soul, her lifespan has increased, which conforms to the rules of the heavenly Tao reincarnation cycle. As long as she doesn't cultivate, she can escape the cycle of reincarnation. 19 years from now, her soul will condense, and at that time, you will definitely come again. However, I will still stop you next time. The gaze within the red cloud calmly looked at Wang Lin before disappearing. Even the giant fist disappeared. The red cloud dissipated. Chapter 340. Wang Lin flew all the way until he arrived next to the pagoda. His body fell to the ground and his original body separated from his body. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and sat down to cultivate. After a long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes and immediately sat down. He took out some pills and began to adjust his spiritual energy. 3 days later, he and his original body opened their eyes at the same time. My injuries this time are too serious. I must go into closed-door cultivation to recover. Wang Lin thought to himself. The messenger created by the heavenly reincarnation cycle didn't kill anyone aside from the last attack. This was because this thing had no emotions and everything was done according to the rules. With how much Wan Er's nascent soul has dissipated, it will take about 19 years for her to regain her consciousness and awaken. Once her nascent soul awakens, the heavenly reincarnation cycle will descend once more and destroy anyone who tries to hide from the heavenly Tao. Wang Lin looked up at the sky and his eyes were filled with sharpness. Wang Lin stood up. At this moment, his original body didn't say a word and immediately flew toward the giant pit where the battle took place. In the blink of an eye, he arrived there and his original body immediately sank down. As he sank, the pit was immediately filled with dirt and returned to its original state. Thousands of kilometers below, his original body sat in the lotus position and closed his eyes. 2 purple stars slowly rotated between his eyebrows. A purple light came from his body and formed a purple light screen around him. From afar, it looked like a ball of light. The original body's injuries were much more serious than Wang Lin's, especially the last attack. His original body had absorbed 70% of it. However, with his original body's strength, these injuries weren't fatal. However, He couldn't avoid going into closed-door cultivation. Wang Lin took a deep breath and slapped his bag of holding. He took out a piece of jade and left a message inside. He threw the jade into the air, and it turned into a ray of light before disappearing. After doing all of this, Wang Lin walked next to the pagoda and sat down in the lotus position. He spread out a sliver of the Zhou Yi's divine sense inside the pagoda. In an instant, unless one was an ascendant cultivator, no other cultivator could enter. Just like that, Wang Lin closed his eyes and silently healed himself. During the day, the dazzling sunlight shone on Wang Lin's body, bringing him a trace of warmth. At night, the moonlight also came quietly, but it brought with it a wisp of coldness. On a rainy day, the rain fell from the sky and landed on Wang Lin's body, drenching his clothes. In the blink of an eye, his clothes were completely drenched. Snowflakes slowly floated down from the sky. After a long time, everything was white. However, there was now a snowman beside the pagoda. Day and night, wind and rain, Wang Lin's body remained motionless. He was like an old monk who had returned to silence, without any signs of life or change in his body. 6 months after the battle against the heavens, on a warm spring day, the Zhou family in Apricot Blossom Village gave birth to a baby girl. Her name was Zhou. The moment this baby girl was born, she came crying. No one knew that this cry was different from a normal baby's cry. The baby girl's body was very weak. Luckily, the Zhou family was quite famous in Apricot Blossom Village. They also owned a general store, so their life was much better than the other neighbors. On a small mountain 50 kilometers away from Apricot Blossom Village, there was a cave. Tai Yan had been cultivating here for 6 months. 6 months ago, he and Lu Fei received a message from Wang Lin. Wang Lin asked one of them to come and protect Li Muan until he came out of closed-door cultivation. After the two of them discussed it, Tai Yan came. His divine sense was locked onto Apricot Blossom Village, and he silently guarded it. Wang Lin's healing continued. The snow outside the pagoda had turned into water and sunk into the ground. His original body was thousands of kilometers underground. In the past 6 months, his body had sunk 3 times. Every time he sank, he would sink thousands of kilometers. At this moment, his original body had sunk 1/5 of the way into the Earth's core. The saying that ancient gods grew through battle was not false. His original body's strength showed signs of breaking through. Although it was still slow, it had reached the peak of 2 stars. The third transformation was not far away. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Zhou in the Apricot Blossom Village was already 1 year old. Although other children could not speak at this age, they could still make sounds. However, Zhou always kept her mouth shut and never made a sound. Therefore, the people in the village started to spread rumors that this girl was mute. Today, at the border of the Chu country, a group of people walked out from an ordinary teleportation array. Among these people, there were both men and women. Among them, the most conspicuous one was a woman with a white veil over her face. Her figure was gentle and beautiful, and although there was a hint of exhaustion in her eyes were as bright as the stars, causing people to be intoxicated. Behind her, there was an old man. The old man was wearing a green robe, and his eyes were dim and dull. He looked like a sick Zhou 5. If Wang Lin was here, he would recognize this master and servant as the people who bought the rank 6 pill recipe outside Devil Rebel City. Beside them was a white-haired old man. This person was the soul formation cultivator from the treasure refining pavilion. Behind him were 3 people. One of them was someone Wang Lin was familiar with, Qiu Siping. The other 2 people were Su Luo and an extremely charming young girl. This young girl was the one who had sent the purple jade slip back then. After the 6 of them walked out of the transfer array, the white-haired old man looked north and said, "This country of Chu might not be the best way to enter the immortal graveyard, but it is more convenient than Zhou Kuang's." The white-veiled woman nodded and respectfully said, what Senior said is correct. Although entering the immortal graveyard from the country of Chu is far, there are no checkpoints. It is much more convenient than going to later Zhou. Old man whose body moved and flew forward. Everyone hurriedly followed. Chiu Siping sighed in his heart. Back then, after Wang Lin left, he thought for a long time and made up his mind to follow Old Man who, hoping that one day he could reach the soul formation stage. In these past 10 years, his cultivation level was indeed higher than before, but he still had no hope of reaching the soul formation stage. This trip to the immortal graveyard was to obtain that item. He believed that reaching the soul formation stage was just a dream. The white-veiled woman let out a sigh as she flew. In these past 10 years, she had searched for many soul formation cultivators, but she had never found any. Finally, she found Old Man who from the treasure refining pavilion. She clenched her teeth and told him some secrets that she hadn't told Wang Lin. Only then did Ing Xian agree to go to the immortal graveyard. The 6 of them flew toward the north. Along the way they passed by several sects, but no one stopped them. This country of Chu hasn't seen the Old Man for 100 years, but a lot has changed. Old Man who was surprised. Su Luo, who was behind him, respectfully said, "Ancestor, in recent years, the Cloud Sky sect's power has increased greatly. They have already absorbed several other sects and are now one of the top 6 sects in Chu." Old Man who nodded and said, "This Cloud Sky sect specializes in alchemy. To have the power to absorb other sects, they must have a lot of nascent soul cultivators. After we return from the immortal graveyard, remember to send someone to the Cloud Sky sect to ask for some pills." Su Luo faintly smiled and nodded. In his view, the Cloud Sky sect would immediately hand over the pills in exchange for peace. While the 6 of them were flying, a pillar of light suddenly shot into the sky. From where they were, this pillar of light was about the size of a baby's arm. However, it has to be said that they were very far away from the pillar of light. If they were to get closer, the pillar of light would be countless times larger. Old Man who suddenly turned around and looked at the pillar of light. Even with his mental fortitude, he was shocked. The old man behind the white-veiled woman's dim eyes lit up and revealed a hint of shock as he looked at the pillar of light. The pillar of light was at the center of Chu, where the sky was connected to the earth. Is this the arrival of a messenger from a higher cultivation country? Even if a messenger from a higher cultivation country came, it wouldn't be this powerful. The more the old man looked, the more shocked he became. Following this, a few golden dragons appeared around the beam, roaring and dancing in the air. Following this, a young man wearing a white robe slowly appeared from the beam. The moment he appeared, the golden dragons let out a roar. Even with how far away the 6 of them were, they could clearly hear the roar. Shortly after, all of the golden dragons charged at the young man in white. The moment they collided with him, they turned into golden dragon tattoos and imprinted themselves on the young man's clothes. Messenger from the country of Rosefinch. Old Man whose face was filled with fear. He immediately realized that something big must have happened in Chu. Otherwise, how could a mere rank 3 cultivation country let a messenger from the country of Rosefinch come? The white-veiled woman's eyes revealed a hint of panic. At this moment, the old man behind her casually took a step forward and stood before the woman. The panic in the woman's eyes disappeared in an instant, but her jade-like hands were tightly clenched and were covered in sweat. Chiu Siping, Su Luo, and the beautiful girl were all shocked, especially Chiu Siping. He stared dumbfoundedly at the pillar of light and muttered, "This is the first time I've seen someone from the country of Rosefinch, the country of Rosefinch." The girl took a deep breath and softly asked, "Ancestor, why did this messenger from the country of Rosefinch come to Chu?" "Fellow cultivator Gongsun, what do you think?" Old man who turned to look at the white-veiled woman's servant, the old man wearing a green robe. The old man slowly said, "Fellow cultivator who, I've just entered the soul formation stage, so I don't know much about the country of Rosefinch. However, I believe that for a messenger from the country of Rosefinch to come to Chew, something big that you don't know about is about to happen." Old Man Who secretly thought, "Nonsense." His gaze turned toward the pillar of light. At that moment, the pillar of light gradually dissipated. However, the white-clothed young man within it was still flying toward the six of them like a meteor. The white-veiled woman's body trembled. Her eyes were filled with panic. This scene was immediately seen by Old Man Who. His expression did not change, but his heart was filled with doubt. Chapter 341. The ray of light was very fast, so it didn't take long for it to arrive next to the six of them. Its sharp gaze scanned the six of them. Aside from the old man named Who and the old servant, everyone else's hearts trembled, and they quickly lowered their heads. There are two soul formation cultivators. The ray of light disappeared, revealing the figure of a young man in white. This person's face was as white as jade, and he was very handsome. He stood there like an extraordinary pine tree. He was wearing a white robe with 4 golden dragons embroidered on it. He gave off an aura of spirituality. Although the girl from the treasure refining pavilion had her head lowered, her face was slightly red. This young man in white was the most handsome person she had ever seen. "Where are you all going?" The young man in white's voice was calm, but his aura of superiority was unavoidable. The old man named Who could tell at a glance that the young man in white was at the peak of the early stage of soul formation. He sneered in his heart, but his expression didn't change at all as he said, "We are going to the immortal graveyard." The young man in white's gaze fell on the white-veiled woman, and he suddenly said, "Take off your veil." Just at this moment, the old man in green stepped forward, blocked the woman's path, and respectfully said, "Lord Messenger, my family's young lady is forbidden by our ancestors to reveal her face. I hope Lord Messenger can forgive me." The young man in white's eyes became sharp. After pondering for a bit, he waved his sleeves and flew off into the distance. The six of them pondered a bit. The old man named Whose eyes lit up and he flew forward. He wanted to see why this person from the country of Rosefinch had come to Chew. The moment he moved, Chiu Siping, Su Luo, and the girl quickly followed. The white-veiled woman looked at the old man beside her, clenched her teeth, and followed. The old man in green let out a sigh and stood guard behind the woman. Everyone followed from a distance and saw the young man in white flying north. He was also heading toward the immortal graveyard. The old man named Who thought, could some treasure have appeared in the immortal graveyard? Just at this moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw the white-robed young man flying outside of a valley. Suddenly, his body seemed to be pushed back by a powerful force. His handsome face revealed a shocked expression. Old Man Who landed on a cliff to the side. The other 5 landed on the cliff and looked in the direction of the white-clothed young man. The white-robed young man frowned. He slapped his bag of holding and produced a jade slip. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this was the location he was looking for. He pondered for a moment before taking a few steps forward. However, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared, causing the expression of the white-robed young man to change once again as he took a few steps back. Old Man Whose expression changed. He took a closer look and saw that there was a tall tower in the valley. There seemed to be a person sitting at the bottom of the tower. However, this person showed no signs of life. In his opinion, it should be a dried-up corpse. The white-clothed young man tried a few more times, but he couldn't go more than 5 kilometers. Finally, he stood outside the valley with an uncertain expression. He cupped his fists and said loudly, "I'm Feng Yushan from Rosefinch country. I'm here to see fellow Taoist Sing Nyo." Sing Nyo. Old Man Whose eyes immediately narrowed. He was extremely shocked. His gaze couldn't help but fall on the dried-up corpse below the tower. It was no wonder he was so shocked. The name Pan Yo had become the center of attention in the Sea of Devils. Rumors about him were like fish in a river, never ending. There were rumors that he was secretly trained by the country of Rosefinch and was the heir to the title of Rosefinch. Otherwise, why would the country of Rosefinch not care about him after he cut off Red Butterfly's arm? This didn't fit with their tyrannical style. There were also rumors that he was the disciple of a hidden cultivator and was far more talented than Red Butterfly. There were also rumors that he was a member of a powerful force that had many cultivators with higher cultivation levels than him. This was why the country of Rosefinch didn't make a move. In addition, there were even more exaggerated rumors that Tsing Nyo had cultivated for less than 60 years and was even more valuable than Red Butterfly in the eyes of the country of Rosefinch. There were a lot of similar rumors. Tsing Nyo. The white-veiled woman's eyes lit up and her breathing became rapid. She thought, if this Tsing Nyo is willing to help me, then I will be able to do great things. The eyes of the azure-robed old man beside her flickered, revealing a trace of respect. I didn't think the famous Tsing Nyo would be here. Chiu Siping took a deep breath. No wonder a messenger from the country of Rosefinch would come to Chu. Su Luo's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. The beautiful girl pondered and said, I wonder what relationship this Tsing Nyo has with Chu. The moment she said that, old man who revealed a pondering expression and said, cancel the matter of sending people to the Cloud Sky sect. Su Luo was startled and quickly nodded. At this moment, the white-robed young man outside the valley waited for a while. When he didn't get a reply, he frowned and said, fellow cultivator Tsing, I didn't come because of you injuring Red Butterfly. I came because she sent a challenge letter. I hope fellow cultivator can come out and meet her. The moment he said that, the expressions of the 6 people on the cliff changed. Old man whose eyes lit up and he looked into the valley. After a long time, there was still no response from the valley. Feng Yushan was secretly angry. As a disciple of the country of Rosefinch, no one, not even a rank 5 cultivation country, would dare to act like this. Feng Yushan's eyes were gloomy as he slowly said, fellow cultivator Tsing, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. No one in Suzaku would dare to refuse an invitation from my country of Rosefinch. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force came from the valley. Then, an invisible hand suddenly materialized into a coin and grabbed the white-robed young man. Cracking sounds came from the hand. Feng Yushan's face immediately turned red. Sweat appeared on his forehead and his eyes were filled with shock. I'm a messenger from the country of Rosefinch. Tsing Nyo, don't be rash. I'm only here to send a challenge letter. Yaoqi. A calm voice rang out from the valley. Feng Yushan quickly said, 3 months from now, on the western mountain of the country of Rosefinch. How did you know I was here? Although Wang Lin's voice was calm, there was a hint of killing intent in it. Feng Yushan didn't hesitate and immediately said, I really don't know about this. This information came from Mount Rosefinch. Otherwise, Red Butterfly's sect would have already come looking for you. The information about your location was also sent down from Mount Rosefinch. At this moment, old man whose expression changed. He was familiar with this voice. After thinking about it carefully, he suddenly realized something. He turned around to look at Chiu Siping and found that this person's expression was sluggish. It was obvious that he had guessed something. After a bit of silence, Wang Lin's voice came from the valley. I don't have time. The invisible palm around Feng Yushan's body suddenly disappeared and he regained his freedom. Cold sweat drenched his back. This was the first time Sun Yushan knew how terrifying Tsing Nyo was. In the past, he thought that Tsing Nyo must have used a sneak attack or some despicable method to cut off senior sister Red Butterfly's arm. But now, he didn't have any of those thoughts. However, Wang Lin's answer put him in a difficult position. After hesitating for a bit, he respectfully clasped his hands and said, Fellow cultivator Tsing, this is an order from Mount Rosefinch. It wants you to fight Red Butterfly. Normally, Mount Rosefinch won't send out any information. In the past 100 years there have only been 3 times. The first time was to accept Red Butterfly as a core disciple of the country of Rosefinch. The second time was to stop them from searching for you. The third time was to tell them your location and want you to fight Red Butterfly. According to my analysis, if you can win, there will be great benefits. After all, out of the 3 messages, 2 of them were about you. Tell Red Butterfly that even if we fight, it will be 10 years later. Wang Lin's voice came from the valley. Sun Yushan pondered for a bit before bitterly smiling and nodding. He clasped his hands and left with the letter of challenge. His figure turned into a ray of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Old friend from outside the valley, please enter. The moment Wang Lin's voice came out, Zhou Yi's divine sense within 50 kilometers immediately disappeared. Old man who let out a laugh and his body flashed as he walked into the valley. Behind him, the white-veiled woman and her servant followed. Chiu Siping hesitated for a bit before quickly following along with Su Luo. Inside the valley, the corpse under the pagoda in front of the 6 of them moved slightly. Shortly after, crackling sounds came from within the pagoda. After a while, the corpse slowly raised its head and its eyes revealed a bright glow. Wang Lin took a deep breath and stood up. He faintly smiled at the 6 of them and waved his right hand. A thick white mist rose from his body. After the mist disappeared, the white-robed Wang Lin appeared before everyone. All the dirt and dust that had accumulated on his body over the past year had disappeared. Wang Lin pointed at the ground with his right hand and a stone table rose from the ground. At the same time there were also a few stone stools. Please sit. Wang Lin sat down at the table and waved his right hand, causing a tea set to appear. Old man who looked at Wang Lin and the girl behind him who was sitting across from him. After greeting Wang Lin, she took the initiative to pick up the tea set, pour a few cups and place them to the side. Wang Lin looked at the green-robed old man beside the white-veiled woman and smiled. Fellow cultivator, please sit. The green-robed old man looked deeply at Wang Lin. He had already recognized that this person was the same person from back then. He couldn't help but feel a complicated feeling in his heart. After pondering for a bit, he sat down at the table. The rest of the people also sat down. Old man who looked at Wang Lin and wryly smiled. I don't know if I should call you Wang Daoyu or fellow cultivator Tsing. Wang Lin picked up the teacup, took a sip, and smiled. Names are just titles. There is no need to be so stubborn. The white-veiled woman still looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression in her eyes. She never would have thought that the famous Tsing Nyo would be this person. The white-veiled woman smiled and said, It has been 10 years, and lady is still the same. I'm afraid you are going with fellow cultivator who to go to the immortal graveyard. Wang Lin smiled. The white-veiled woman softly said, Back then, this little girl didn't know Senior's identity. Please don't mind. Wang Lin looked at Tsing Nyo's name. The name Tsing Nyo was very famous in Suzaku. Even old man who was moved by this, so there was no need to talk about her. Chapter 342. Wang Lin put down his teacup and shook his head without saying a word. Instead, he looked at Chiu Siping and smiled. Brother Chiu, give up everything and be all alone. If you go to F, you might be able to enter the heavenly Tao. Chiu Siping smiled bitterly. He knew that he couldn't hide the fact that he followed Mr. Hu from Wang Lin, so he sighed and said, Deification is difficult. Old man who picked up the teacup and took a sip. His expression immediately changed as he said, Wang Daoyu, this tea? Wang Lin smiled and said, This isn't Suzaku tea, it's from another cultivation planet. Wang obtained it from the heavens will during his trip to the celestial realm many years ago. Old man who took a deep breath and looked at Wang Lin with a hint of hesitation. Then he said, Rumor has it that Brother Wang cut off one of Red Butterfly's arms in the celestial realm. I wonder if Brother Wang obtained any celestial spiritual energy? Before he knew it, the way he addressed Wang Lin had already changed. Wang Lin glanced at Mr. Hu and said, "I got it by chance." Old Man Hu's eyes became serious as he looked at Wang Lin and sincerely said, "Brother Wang, I'm willing to pay any price to exchange for a bit of immortal world qi. I hope Brother Wang can fulfill my request." Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, "This matter is not urgent. It won't be too late to talk about it when fellow cultivator reaches the soul transformation stage. I wonder why fellow cultivator Hu is going to the immortal graveyard?" Mr. Hu thought to himself that although Wang Lin hadn't been practicing for a long time, he was an old fox, so he changed the topic lightly. After hearing Wang Lin's words, he laughed and said, "That is indeed the case. When the old man reaches the soul transformation stage, he will have to shamelessly ask for it from Brother Wang. As for the immortal graveyard, I'll need friend Zxian to explain it to me." The white-veiled woman looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "Senior, there is a reincarnation tree deep within the immortal graveyard. Junior has a map of where to go." Wang Lin's expression didn't change as he took a sip of tea. The girl that followed Old Man Hu quickly picked up the cup and poured him another cup. She obediently stood on the side and occasionally looked at Wang Lin. After Qiu Siping heard the words "reincarnation tree," his eyes lit up. Even Su Luo was the same. The white-veiled woman kept looking at Wang Lin. She noticed that his expression remained the same after hearing the words "reincarnation tree." It was the same expression Old Man Hu had when he heard "behind the tree." She couldn't help but let out a sigh. This Wang Lin was simply too cunning. Aside from his cultivation level, his cunning was also far beyond that of a nascent soul cultivator. Mr. Hu also looked at Wang Lin. Seeing that Wang Lin didn't reveal anything, he became even more convinced of the rumors about Xingyo. The white-veiled woman looked at Wang Lin. She didn't believe that Wang Lin wouldn't be tempted. Cultivating under the reincarnation tree can allow a cultivator to comprehend one more reincarnation cycle. It is very helpful for soul formation cultivators. Unfortunately, she still couldn't see any change in Wang Lin's expression. Wang Lin let out a faint smile. He looked at Old Man Hu and said, "Absurd. The domain of the soul formation stage is one's own comprehension. The reincarnation tree may be helpful to those at the peak of the late stage of nascent soul or those who have just reached the soul formation stage, but it is of little help to those at the mid-stage of 7 soul formation and above. Old Man Hu, you must have come here for something else." The white-veiled woman was startled. She looked at the old man and saw that the old man was also frowning. Mr. Hu let out a laugh and didn't try to hide it. He said, "Brother Wang is very knowledgeable. I admire you." "Yes, this is indeed the case." The white-veiled woman frowned and looked at Mr. Hu. Mr. Hu smiled. "Fellow cultivator Zxian, please don't blame me. If it was just for the reincarnation tree, the old man wouldn't have come with you. My goal is the reincarnation fruit." After he finished speaking, he looked at Wang Lin and said, "If Brother Wang wasn't here, I would only have a 30% chance of success. Now that Brother Wang is here, I'm confident I can reach 60% or above." Reincarnation fruit? Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his heart was moved. When he heard about the reincarnation tree, he had some speculations. Now that he heard the words reincarnation fruit, his speculations became even more likely. He pondered a bit and asked, "Is the reincarnation fruit the size of a fist and changes color every 2 months?" Mr. Hu's eyes lit up. He looked meaningfully at Wang Lin and said, "Brother Wang is very knowledgeable. This is how to identify the reincarnation fruit. For us soul formation cultivators, the reincarnation fruit is a great treasure. If a peak late-stage soul formation cultivator eats it, their chances of reaching the soul transformation stage will increase by 30%. The old man has only been able to confirm this because he has read about it in some ancient record." Wang Lin pondered. In 2C's memories, there were a few types of spirit fruits that were the best for a young ancient god. Due to the limitations of an ancient god's body, even if they ate a normal fruit, it wouldn't be very effective. Even celestial fruits could only increase one's spiritual energy. There were a few types of spirit fruits that, although they couldn't increase one's spiritual energy, could have a powerful effect on a cultivator's foundation by smearing their juice on their body. This was called body cleansing among the ancient gods. Originally, an adult ancient god would find a spirit fruit to cleanse the body of a young ancient god before throwing it into a planet. After cleansing the body of an ancient god, their meridians would be hidden and completely fused with their flesh and blood. As a result, the speed at which they could absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth would increase greatly. Only after reaching adulthood would these meridians reappear. At that point, the amount of spiritual energy an ancient god could absorb would become extremely terrifying. In ancient times, every ancient god was hunted by all living beings because as long as they existed, there would be no spiritual energy around them. However, due to how powerful ancient gods were, those that tried to kill them often died before they could even succeed. Only after cleansing the body of an ancient god could the original body be considered a true ancient god. Wang Lin pondered a bit and said, "The immortal graveyard," Mr. Hu said, "Brother Wang, the immortal graveyard is indeed dangerous. After all, there is a power that even the country of Rosefinch is wary of. However, as long as we don't go too deep, I don't think those barbarians will send out too many." Wang Lin didn't know much about the immortal graveyard. He only knew from the map that the immortal graveyard was very big. However, what was even bigger was the underground. Aside from the country of Rosefinch, no one knew how many layers there were in the immortal graveyard. Brother Wang must know that these barbarians were the natives of planet Suzaku countless years ago. When the country of Rosefinch was promoted to a rank 6 cultivation country, the Cultivation Alliance sent them to this planet to fight a great battle with these barbarians. This planet was originally filled with life, but after that battle, it almost collapsed. Now it is in a half-abandoned state, and all of this was caused by the barbarians. In this battle, 90% of the savages were killed. The remaining ones entered the underground of the immortal graveyard and no longer lived there. Every 100 years, the country of Rosefinch sends a large amount of cultivators into the underground, but they are still unable to kill all of the barbarians. The reincarnation tree grows underground and is a holy item for the barbarians. However, there isn't just one reincarnation tree, but 9 in total. As for the reincarnation fruit, as long as we can find the reincarnation tree, the old man has a secret technique that can make the tree bear the reincarnation fruit within 3 hours. Wang Lin pondered a bit before looking at the white-veiled woman. He looked at the white-veiled woman and asked, "Why did your father go to the immortal graveyard?" The white-veiled woman whispered, "To get me a piece of reincarnation wood." Wang Lin didn't ask any more questions. He pondered for a bit and said to Old Man Hu, "I can't make a decision right now." Old Man Hu nodded and said, "No problem. The immortal graveyard is indeed dangerous." The old man hesitated a lot before deciding to go. "If anything happens, we'll wait for you at the entrance for a month. If you come back, then we'll forget about this matter." Wang Lin nodded. Old Man Hu stood up and smiled. "Then I won't bother you any longer. Brother Wang, I'll wait for your news." With that, he waved his hand and left. Chiu Siping and company quickly stood up and said goodbye to Wang Lin. The white-veiled woman hesitated for a bit and softly said, "Xian hopes to see Senior." She gave Wang Lin a meaningful look before getting up and leaving. The old man beside her clasped his hands at Wang Lin and followed behind the white-veiled woman. After the 6 of them left, Wang Lin picked up the teacup. He took a sip and his eyes lit up. "The reincarnation fruit is very useful to me. If I can obtain it, my strength will increase a lot." He pondered a bit before slapping his bag of holding and taking out 3 wood carvings. 6 of the flowing time wood carvings have been destroyed, so the remaining 3 are much weaker than before. Unfortunately, I have wood that is over 100 years old. Otherwise, I could make up for it. After putting away the wood carvings, Wang Lin scanned his bag of holding with his divine sense. His eyes lit up and he took out a severed arm. This severed arm was well preserved and there was a thin layer of ice on it that gave off a cold aura. The country of Rosefinch didn't stand up for Red Butterfly and instead sent a challenge. This matter is very strange. Wang Lin pondered for a long time and still couldn't figure it out. The battle with Red Butterfly is unavoidable. As long as Red Butterfly hasn't reached the soul transformation stage, I have a chance of winning. Now I can use this severed arm. Wang Lin sneered. His left hand reached out and a stone chair flew toward him. The stone chair seemed to melt as it moved a bit and turned into a stone basin. Wang Lin threw Red Butterfly's arm into the basin, then his hand formed a seal and a ray of black light appeared in his hand. With a point of Wang Lin's finger, the black light entered the basin and entered Broken Cloud. Then, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out 2 white jade bottles. Inside the bottles were items that he had obtained by chance over the past few hundred years. They were made from beast poison. He flicked his right hand and the 2 bottles shattered. A red, blood-like liquid flowed out and entered the severed arm. Then, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He formed a seal and shot out a ghostly light. The light turned into a skull and entered the severed arm. Wang Lin didn't stop. He shot out 99 skulls and they entered the severed arm one by one. Immediately, the color of the severed arm changed. From its previous snow-white color, it became a mix of black and red. It appeared extremely terrifying, and a fishy stench assaulted Chu Feng's senses. Chapter 343. After doing all of this, Wang Lin's right hand reached out and the stone basin containing the severed arm immediately shrank and sealed itself. At this moment, in a picturesque place in the country of Suzaku, Red Butterfly was sitting on a lotus leaf above a pond. Her eyes were closed as she cultivated. She was surrounded by green water and green mountains, like a celestial realm. There were even some spirit beasts that occasionally appeared. Inside the pond, there were several carps with very long whiskers slowly swimming around. Their eyes revealed a light, indicating that they already had intelligence. Red Butterfly was wearing a red dress, but her right arm only had 1 empty sleeve. There was a person sitting on a lotus leaf 30 feet away from her. This person was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He looked at Red Butterfly with a gentle gaze and softly said, "Junior Sister Red Butterfly, I have already obtained the spirit of the East Ocean for you to regrow your arm. Why didn't you use it?" Red Butterfly opened her eyes and calmly said, "Every time I see my right sleeve empty, my desire to kill Tsing Nyo increases by 30%. If I don't kill Tsing Nyo, my arm will never recover. Senior brother, you don't need to persuade me." Tsing Nyo. A hint of killing intent appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. This Tsing Nyo wanted to destroy my Tao heart, but I didn't think that not only would my Tao heart not be damaged by losing my arm, but it would become even more complete. This time, Rosefinch wants me to fight him to unify my will. Red Butterfly raised her head and looked into the distance. If it wasn't for Rosefinch's order, I would have already left the mountain to capture this Tsing Nyo and bring him to Junior Sister so you can kill him. The middle-aged man's eyes were sharp. Just as Red Butterfly was about to speak, her expression suddenly changed. A black line appeared between her eyebrows. This black line was filled with red light and quickly spread out. Red Butterfly's left hand pointed to between her eyebrows. Her face was green and red. After a long time, the black line between her eyebrows slowly disappeared. Red Butterfly opened her eyes and revealed deep hatred. This Tsing Nyo wants to use my severed arm to refine it and injure me. Red Butterfly's left hand formed several seals that landed between her eyebrows. After a long time, she stood up with a gloomy expression. After struggling for a bit, she sat back down. Junior sister, I'll go kill this Tsing-Nyo. Even if Rosefinch objects, I'll kill him. At most, I'll have to go into closed-door cultivation for 100 years. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with pain as he stood up and was about to leave. Red Butterfly softly said, Senior apprentice brother, please wait. This Tsing-Nyo can only be killed by me. Mount Suzaku has sent out news twice. If you insist, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as going into closed-door cultivation for 100 years. The middle-aged man's eyes darkened. After a moment of silence, he sat down. However, as soon as he sat down, he took out a jade slip, imprinted it on his forehead, and threw it out. I won't show myself, but I'll send some low-rank cultivation countries. This way, Mount Suzaku can't do anything to me. Red Butterfly didn't speak. She closed her eyes and focused on sealing the black line between her eyebrows. In the eastern part of Rosefinch there was a mountain. This mountain was shaped like Rosefinch, so it was called Rosefinch Mountain. This Rosefinch Mountain was the holy land of Rosefinch. All decisions made by Rosefinch had to be approved by Rosefinch Mountain before they could be implemented. On this day, a young man in white arrived at the base of Rosefinch Mountain. He had a difficult expression as he paced around the base of the mountain for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and climbed up the steps. The young man in white stopped outside a palace at the base of Rosefinch Mountain. He knelt down on one knee and loudly said, Disciple White Deacon Sun Yushan requests an audience with Elder. After a long time, a voice came from the palace. What is it? Sun Yubai didn't dare to lie, so he honestly said, Disciple was ordered to go to Chu to find Tsing-Nyo and send him a challenge. Tsing-Nyo didn't accept the challenge and delayed it for 10 years. This Tsing-Nyo doesn't know what's good for him. You can leave. Someone will capture him. The voice from the palace said sinisterly. Sun Yushan's forehead was covered in sweat as he quickly got up and left. Ziwu, go and bring Tsing-Nyo here, the voice from the palace said. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the palace. This person's body was covered by a layer of fog, so his face couldn't be seen. Do you want to live or die? Ziwu said lazily. Up to you. The voice from the palace said. All right. Ziwu turned around and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a fiery red light suddenly came from the top of Rosefinch Mountain and entered the palace. Wait. The voice from the palace said slowly with a hint of surprise. After a long time, a soft snort came from the palace. Forget it. You don't need to go. Wait 10 years for him. Ziwu shrugged his shoulders and disappeared from Rosefinch Mountain in a flash. Inside the palace, an old man with white hair and eyebrows was holding a fiery red jade slip in his hand. He muttered to himself, Just who is this Tsing-Nyo that he has interfered 3 times in a row? At this moment, Wang Lin was sitting cross-legged in the valley. In front of him was a war chariot that was filled with spikes. Wang Lin looked at the war chariot with a gloomy expression. After a long time, his eyes flashed and he swung the beast trap in his right hand. The Thunder Frog appeared and fell to the side with a thud. The Thunder Frog's injuries had completely healed. After it appeared, it looked at Wang Lin with a hint of gratitude. If it wasn't for Wang Lin's help, it would have definitely died from its injuries. Wang Lin looked at the Thunder Frog and said softly, Thunder Frog, I want to take back the beast trap. If you are willing to follow me, then follow me. If not, then you can leave on your own. How does that sound? The Thunder Frog nodded its head. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and he performed a few seals on the beast trap. Suddenly, countless symbols appeared on the copper ring. These symbols slowly floated out and grew larger. Finally, a strange scene appeared in front of Wang Lin. The countless symbols formed a circle. The outer circle was the largest, and the inner circle became smaller and smaller. At the center of the circle was the beast trap. Release. Wang Lin let out a soft roar. Suddenly, the symbols began to spin rapidly. Gradually, a strand of green aura came out from the beast trap. It passed through the symbols and entered the Thunder Frog's body. The Thunder Frog immediately let out a roar. Its body trembled and its eyes suddenly lit up. The symbols on the beast trap didn't disappear. Instead, they continued to spin. Wang Lin didn't look at the Thunder Frog. Instead, he looked at the war chariot. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture and he pointed at it. Instantly, a black mist rose up from the war chariot. Within the black mist were two eyes that grew brighter and brighter. Roars could be heard as the black mist dissipated, revealing the war chariot spirit beast. This was the smallest spirit beast of the three war chariots. It had been sealed by Wang Lin, but now that it had awakened, it locked its eyes onto Wang Lin and emanated a violent aura. It had a triangular head, a body like an ox, a tail like a flood dragon, and a mouth, nose, and eyes at the end. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he bit the tip of his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the beast trap. Then he pointed at the war chariot spirit. The beast trap trembled, and the symbols on the outside suddenly appeared, transforming into a beam of light that began to spin around the spirit beast. The spirit beast roared and tried to struggle, but at this moment, black chains flew out from the war chariot and bound it. The light formed by the symbols landed on the spirit beast. A golden light flickered on the spirit beast. The spirit beast's roar became even more intense. Some of the chains binding it even began to break. However, even more chains flew out from the war chariot and bound it tightly. Finally, all of the symbols were imprinted on the spirit beast's body. The spirit beast gradually stopped struggling, but the ferocious light in its eyes became even more intense. Wang Lin's eyes were calm the entire time. After all of the symbols were imprinted, he softly said, "Collect." The symbols on the spirit beast's body flickered violently. Then, the color of the symbols rapidly changed from gold to black. Finally, they flew up one by one and disappeared into the beast trap. When the last symbol entered the beast trap, a beast appeared on top of the copper ring. This beast looked exactly like the spirit of the war chariot. At the same time, the god-slaying war chariot turned into a beam of black light and was absorbed into the beast trap. Wang Lin took a deep breath and slapped his bag of holding. 8 supreme-grade spirit stones were placed next to him. Then, he waved his right hand and the beast trap flew over and landed on his hand. Suddenly, a suction force that was many times stronger than the one the Thunder Frog had used back then appeared. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin's body began to wither like a dried corpse. However, his eyes were still bright. The 8 supreme-grade spirit stones next to him began to shine brightly. Boundless spiritual energy flowed madly into Wang Lin's body and then into the beast trap. This process lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, the suction force gradually dissipated, and Wang Lin's body slowly recovered from its withered state. One of the 8 supreme-grade spirit stones next to him cracked and turned into ashes that dissipated in the air. Wang Lin opened his eyes, revealing a trace of lingering fear. He looked down at the copper ring on his wrist, and his eyes flickered with a cold light. The suction force of this ring was able to shatter a supreme-grade spirit stone, so its attack must be very strong. God-slaying war chariot. I'll have to find Yi Chingfeng and see if it matches this name. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. He didn't put the remaining 7 supreme-grade spirit stones into his bag of holding, but instead kept them close to his body. According to his understanding of the beast trap, every time it was used, it would absorb a large amount of spiritual energy. Having these supreme-grade spirit stones with him would save him some trouble. Wang Lin touched the beast trap, stood up, and looked at the Thunder Frog next to him. The Thunder Frog hadn't moved at all. It had been guarding Wang Lin for the past 3 days. When it saw Wang Lin looking at it, it flicked its head at Wang Lin. Wang Lin conveniently landed on its back and smiled. Do you want to follow me? The Thunder Frog's abdomen swelled up and it roared in response. Good. From now on, I'll treat you like a mosquito. With that, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the mosquito immediately flew out. After so many years, the mosquito's body was even bigger than before, like a mountain. Today, late at night. Chapter 344. In particular, its huge mouthpiece was flashing with a cold light. It was extremely terrifying. However, the moment it appeared, it immediately began to carve at the Thunder Frog. The Thunder Frog looked at the mosquito beast and revealed a provocative gaze. Wang Lin faintly smiled and jumped off the Thunder Frog's back. He ignored the two beasts staring at each other and walked toward the pagoda. Outside the pagoda, he took a deep breath and clasped his hands. Senior, Junior was asked by Senior Zhou Yi to take care of you 4=F years. The immortal graveyard is very dangerous, so Junior doesn't have many treasures. I hope Senior will allow me to use the celestial sword. With that, Wang Lin bowed deeply and walked into the pagoda. At the top floor of the pagoda, Wang Lin saw the white-robed female corpse. The female corpse was lying on a celestial jade bed. Her eyes were closed and she had no aura at all. Beside her were two celestial swords. One was large and one was small, and they both gave off waves of sword energy. Looking at the two celestial swords, Wang Lin pondered a bit. His gaze lingered on the large sword for a long time. When Wang Lin first saw this large sword in the celestial realm, he felt that it was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The situation in Lan City was critical, so he didn't have time to think about it. After returning to Suzaku, he stayed by Li Muan's side and didn't have time to think about anything else. Now that everything was over, when he saw the large sword again, the sense of familiarity became even stronger. I must have seen this sword before, but where did I see it? Wang Lin pondered for a long time as he placed his right hand on the sword. He didn't feel any discomfort as he held the giant celestial sword in his hand. This sword could no longer be considered a sword, but a rectangular door. Door? Wang Lin was startled and began to ponder. After a long time, his eyes narrowed and he exclaimed, "Rich Yi! Rich Yi!" Back when Wang Lin was at the Hengyu sect, before the Xiandao sect arrived, he took his teacher's jade and went to the sword pavilion to choose a flying sword. At that time, he chose the one that was known as the most exaggerated flying sword in the country of Zhao. Wang Lin walked down the pagoda with a blank look on his face. He sat cross-legged outside the pagoda and stared at the huge sword in his hand. Events from 400 years ago echoed in Wang Lin's mind. Thinking back to the moment he saw wealth, Wang Lin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He could still remember that wealth's entire body shimmered with a golden light. However, this wasn't because of the light from the sword, but because of the layer of gold that covered wealth. Furthermore, this gold wasn't the kind of fog that was used to conceal a peerless treasured sword. Underneath the gold, the true material of the great wealth sword was the most ordinary pig iron. Gripping the hilt of the sword, Wang Lin remembered that Zhu Fu had embedded two giant crystals here. However, these crystals didn't have any spiritual energy, and were only there for decoration. Even the tassel of the great wealth sword was woven from golden threads. This great wealth sword disappeared into a spatial rift when Wang Lin's bag of holding was destroyed. If not for this celestial sword, no matter what, Wang Lin would never remember wealth. However, looking at it now, aside from the crystals on the hilt and the golden tassel, there was a shocking similarity between the two swords. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't think this was a coincidence. Could it be that the person who made wealth had seen this celestial sword before? However, there was no way to explain this. That senior from the state of Zhao was at most a nascent soul cultivator. With his strength, how could he have entered the celestial realm and seen this celestial sword that was hidden somewhere and was eventually summoned by the woman in white? Wang Lin silently pondered. He thought back to when he saw wealth and the life of that person described on the sign next to it. This person was originally useless in the Hengyu sect, but in the end, he saved the Hengyu sect from a calamity. After he died, he left behind wealth in the sword pavilion for a fated person. A useless person was able to save the sect from a calamity. At the time, I didn't think too much about it, but now it seems that this person definitely has a secret. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the celestial sword in his hand. The celestial sword doesn't have a sword soul, so its power is gone. If I want to use it, I need a sword soul. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he took out his bag of holding. Su Ligua, come out. A black light flew out from the bag of holding and turned into Su Ligua. After he appeared, he hit his chest with his hands and revealed a strong sense of excitement. I'm finally out, haha. Su Ligua roared a few times. At this moment, the thunder frog and mosquito beast, who had been staring at each other, suddenly turned their heads and looked at Su Ligua. Su Ligua quickly closed his mouth and carefully looked at the two beasts. Wang Lin's right hand reached out. Su Ligua let out a scream as Wang Kai grabbed him and threw him into the celestial sword. Suddenly, the celestial sword trembled and the gold color on it dimmed. Wang Lin frowned and pointed at his brow. Wandering souls immediately rushed out and entered the celestial sword under Wang Lin's command. The color of the sword darkened again. Not long after, it turned from gold to black. Pressing his right hand on the sword, Wang Lin pondered a bit and said, using wandering souls as the sword soul can only display half of the sword's power. If I can catch a soul devourer, it should be able to restore some of the sword's power. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time. I must catch a soul summoner in the future. Wang Lin stood up, put away the sword, and waved his left hand at the pagoda. The pagoda shrank and landed in his hand, then he put it inside his bag. Then Wang Lin took a deep breath, put away the thunder frog and mosquito beast, and disappeared. Apricot Blossom Village, Old Zhou's family. A middle-aged woman was holding a baby girl with a kind gaze. Ru Er, your father went to the Zhang family village to collect ginseng for you to nourish your body. I don't know what happened to you, but your body has always been weak. The woman held the baby girl for a while and sang a folk song. The baby girl closed her eyes and breathed evenly. It was clear that she had fallen asleep. After the baby fell asleep, the woman gently placed the baby girl to the side and kissed her forehead. Then she went to the kitchen to cook. Just as the woman left, another figure appeared in the room. Wang Lin stared at the baby girl. His eyes were filled with tenderness. His right hand trembled as he touched the baby girl's face and softly said, Wan Er. I can't remember what year, month, and day we met outside the Sea of Devils. You smiled and looked at me with sadness in your eyes. The baby girl's beautiful eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. She stared at Wang Lin with her black and white eyes and didn't make a sound. The nascent soul's deep slumber caused her fragile body to be unable to retain any memories of the past. However, some people would always be engraved in her memory. Even if she forgot his voice, forgot that he could smile, forgot his face, but every time she thought of him, there was a feeling that would never change. The baby girl's gaze toward Wang Lin was no longer black and white and was filled with confusion. She didn't even notice that a tear fell from the corner of her eye. Wang Lin's heart ached as he stared at the baby girl. You gave me a drop of tear and I saw a new ocean in your heart. Wang Lin looked at the baby girl for a very long time, a very long time. Time could pass, time could return, but his eyes had always existed. I'll come and pick you up, Wang Lin softly said. He looked at the baby girl for a long time, then he turned around and left. As soon as he left, the baby girl's eyes became misty, and in her tender voice, she began to cry. The woman who was cooking outside immediately opened the curtain and walked in. She quickly picked up the baby girl and gently caressed her. Gradually, the baby girl stopped crying. However, her gaze shifted to the outside of the room. She was still in a daze. Tai Yen sat cross-legged in the cave, guarding the baby girl. Over the past year, he had already gotten used to this kind of semi-secluded life. Half a year ago, Lu Fei had sent him a voice transmission jade slip, offering to take over his place, but Tai Yen had refused. Ever since Tai Yen stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had never experienced anything like this before. Every day, he would use his divine sense to check on every family in the village, and even every name. This kind of feeling was very mysterious. In the past few months, Tai Yen had even given up on cultivating and immersed himself in the mortal world. When Wang Lin walked into the cave and saw Tai Yen, his eyes became serious. Tai Yen quickly got up and greeted Wang Lin. "Not bad. Compared to Lu Fei, if you can continue to comprehend like this, you will definitely reach the soul formation stage one day. However, you need to be careful that you need to reach the peak of the nascent soul stage," Wang Lin said in a serious tone. Tai Yen was startled and nodded. Wang Lin pondered a bit, then he took out a time carving and placed it on the side. He said, "This is for you. Feel it carefully." Then he turned around and left. Tai Yen quietly looked at the carving and seemed to have comprehended something. Wang Lin sat on the mosquito beast and flew toward the immortal graveyard. At this moment, in the Sea of Devils, there was an undercurrent moving inside the chaotic broken star. The ancient god's body inside the chaotic broken star, the Sea of Blood. Compared to before, the Sea of Blood had changed a lot. Most of the stone pillars had disappeared, only the place where Tuo Sen was still there. There were less than 100 cultivators in the Sea of Blood. These cultivators all had a red line between their eyebrows. Right now, they were all cultivating with their eyes closed, immersed in the Sea of Blood. Many of these people were people Wang Lin was familiar with, such as Ancient Emperor. Each of these cultivators gave off a strange feeling. This strange feeling was filled with a strong smell of blood. As they breathed in and out, the blood in the Sea of Blood slowly merged into the bodies of the FLF. In the middle of the Sea of Blood, on the stone pillar where Tuo Sen had been, a man with red hair that reached his waist sat cross-legged in meditation. His head was bowed deeply. On the ground below him, there were many words carved by his fingernails. These words were all a name. Wang Lin. This red-haired man was Tuo Sen, who had obtained the ancient god's inheritance. He slowly raised his head. His red hair covered his face, so it was impossible to see his face. However, behind the red hair, his eyes were filled with extreme hatred. Wang Lin, the ancient god's body has reached its limit and is weakening. It won't be long before I can break through. You must not die. Help me preserve the inheritance of knowledge. The third watch is over, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 345. The immortal graveyard was a mountain range shrouded in black fog. The thick black fog roiled above this endless mountain range. This mountain range was very quiet, there was no sound at all. This kind of silence was terrifying. There was a giant hole deep within the mountain range. Old Man whose group of 6 was sitting outside the hole. From a distance they looked very insignificant. Old Man who was cultivating. He had been waiting here for almost a month. Along the way they didn't encounter any danger, but ever since he left Wang Lin's place and entered the immortal graveyard, he had been feeling a sense of fear. As a soul formation cultivator, he didn't believe that this feeling would appear out of nowhere. There had to be a reason for it. Now that he was outside the hole, the fear in his heart became even stronger. Old Man who thought to himself, including Wang Daoyu, there are a total of 3 soul formation cultivators. As long as we don't go too deep, there shouldn't be any danger. He had come here many years ago. When he entered the 3rd floor, he encountered some dangers along the way, but he was able to safely get through them. In the end, he obtained what he needed and left. This was also the reason why he had decided to come here. However, now Old Man Who felt a bit regretful. He looked at the giant hole below him, and his expression became gloomy. Old Man Who looked at the white-veiled woman and asked, "Xian, are you sure the reincarnation tree is on the 3rd floor?" The white-veiled woman nodded and softly said, "Back then, I came here with my dad. I clearly remember that there was a withered reincarnation tree there. However, my dad's cultivation level wasn't high enough, so he took me out." Old Man Who pondered and thought that the 3rd floor wasn't too dangerous. As long as they didn't go below the 4th floor, they should be able to succeed. Also, the reincarnation tree was withered, so there were no savages guarding it. He didn't tell Wang Lin about this in detail. Old Man Whose gaze looked toward the hole. Just at this moment, a sonic boom came from the depths of the mountain, causing everyone to look up. They saw a large, ferocious beast the size of a small mountain appear above them. On the head of the beast stood a young man wearing white. This person was Wang Lin. Elder Whose eyes were filled with joy as he laughed, "With Brother Wang's arrival, we will definitely succeed." Wang Lin jumped down from the mosquito beast and nodded to the crowd with a smile. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I encountered some lice along the way." "Oh!" Elder Who narrowed his eyes. Wang Lin flipped his right hand, and a human head appeared in his hand. He threw it on the ground. This person's face was pitch black and filled with filth. His eyes were wide open, and there was a vine-like sun mark on his face. "Savage." Elder Whose expression changed. Wang Lin said, "I found this person after I entered the immortal graveyard. He has been following me, wanting to sneak attack me." Old Man Who took a step forward and tapped the forehead of the man with his right hand. In an instant, the black vines on the man's head slowly wriggled and gathered at the forehead of the man, forming a strange plant with only half a leaf. "He's not a pure barbarian. He's a cultivator. It's just that he was catalyzed by a barbarian." Elder Whose face was gloomy. Wang Lin looked at the man's head. Su Luo hesitated for a bit and asked, "Ancestor, how do you know? Could it be this leaf?" Not only him, but everyone besides the white-veiled woman was confused. Elder Whose expression was solemn. He pointed at the leaf between the human head's eyebrows and said, "Although I've never seen a real savage, I've learned from some ancient books that only those with 3-leaf and above can be considered a pure-blooded savage. The rest are all catalyzed by parasites. However, even if he is a barbarian, he shouldn't be here. Normally, he would only be here on the 2nd floor." Looking at the man's head on the ground, an invisible pressure appeared in everyone's hearts. Elder Who revealed a hesitant expression, then his eyes became sharp and he said, "Brother Wang, riches come from danger. Let's go down." Wang Lin pondered for a bit and nodded. Elder Who was the first to jump into the deep pit, followed by Wang Kai. Soon after, the rest of the people followed. This pit was very deep and everyone kept sinking. Wang Lin saw countless rattan-like plants growing out of the soil on the walls of the pit. Not long after, everyone landed on the ground. This was a world that looked like a plain. The ground was black, and the sky was also black. It was quiet everywhere. For cultivators, although there was no light here, it didn't obstruct their vision. Wang Lin squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil. The soil here was extremely hard, like pig iron. Elder Who said, "The 1st floor shouldn't be dangerous, but now that there are barbarians outside, I'm afraid there are barbarians here as well. Everyone be careful." Wang Lin scanned the area with his divine sense. This place was very big, and his divine sense couldn't see everything. After Elder Who and Xian talked, they confirmed that the entrance to the 1st floor was in the east. Under Elder Whose lead, everyone flew east. Along the way, Chiu Siping, Su Luo, and the others stayed close to each other, nervously guarding against their surroundings. Only Wang Lin, Elder Who, and the green-robed old man's expressions were normal. As for the white-veiled woman, she seemed to be in a daze, as if she was recalling something. She didn't say anything along the way. After the 7 of them flew for a while, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked behind him. He saw a ray of black light closing in at an extremely fast speed. When it arrived behind them, it turned into a barbarian with messy hair and only a beast hide covering his body. There were several black lines on this barbarian's limbs. His eyes were red as he reached out his hand towards Su Luo. Su Luo's expression fell as he opened his mouth and spat out a ray of light. This light turned into a flying sword that gave off a sharp cold light as it stabbed towards the savage. The barbarian's body twisted in a strange way to avoid the flying sword. His right hand reached out and Su Luo was pushed back. There were 5 tears on the front of his clothes, and there were flashes of light inside. It was clear that he was wearing armor. After this attack, the barbarian immediately retreated. "Stay!" Elder Hu snorted. His body didn't move, but his right hand reached out. The barbarian let out a strange cry and the black lines on his limbs began to move. Strands of black gas came out of the lines and entered the barbarian's body. The barbarian let out a roar and waved his right hand like a cat. The black aura gathered on his right fist as he punched the air. Elder Hu's expression was calm, but his eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. He clenched his right hand and a cracking sound came from the barbarian's fist. The barbarian let out a miserable groan and quickly retreated. Elder Hu's right hand pointed at the air and a ray of spiritual energy shot out and landed on the barbarian's chest. The barbarian's body fell to the ground. Elder Hu walked up and pointed at the barbarian's head. The black lines on the barbarian's body gathered toward his brow. Gradually, a black mark with a complete leaf appeared. Elder Hu said in a serious tone, "It looks like something unexpected has happened in the immortal graveyard. This kind of one-leaf barbarian would only appear on the 2nd floor." Su Luo touched his chest and revealed a lingering fear. This barbarian was too fast. He was able to dodge the flying sword. If it wasn't for the fact that he was wearing armor, his chest would have been pierced by the barbarian. 3 days later, the 7 of them arrived at the entrance to the 2nd floor. During these 3 days, they encountered a total of 9 barbarians. These barbarians seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Even if they knew each other, it would be difficult to detect them if they didn't appear. Among the 9 barbarians, aside from the last one, all of them had a few black marks on their bodies. After they died, they all had one leaf between their eyebrows. The last one appeared at the mouth. There were slightly more black marks on this savage's body, especially on his entire right arm, which was already densely covered with black marks. From Wang Lin's point of view, these marks were like runes. After killing him, Wang Lin found 2 leaves between his eyebrows. This person's strength was equivalent to a late-stage core formation cultivator's. The 2nd floor of the immortal graveyard looked no different from the 1st floor. It was still dark, but there was an aura that made people irritated. This aura didn't affect Wang Lin, but it affected Su Luo and company a lot. Along the way, Wang Lin was a bit confused as to why the old man named who would bring Su Luo and the girl here. The 2 of them were only at the core formation stage. If they weren't careful, they would die. Wang Lin didn't ask about this. With his personality, if he encountered danger, unless it was within his power, he wouldn't take the risk to save them. On the 2nd floor, there were some beast bones and rotting corpses. Wang Lin didn't recognize any of these beasts. They were all the same as the milk beasts in the Sea of Devils. Just as everyone entered the 2nd floor, Wang Lin's expression changed. He saw a ray of black light appear 100 feet away from them. It didn't get close and turned into a barbarian. This barbarian looked very different from the one on the 1st floor. This person was wearing beast skin and a quarter of his body was covered in black tattoos. His eyes weren't red, but black and white. However, if one looked closely, they would find that there was a mysterious light in the depths of his eyes. This barbarian was not the same type as the one on the 1st floor. The barbarians on the 1st floor, including the 2-leaf cultivator, all had crazed looks in their eyes. After seeing them, they didn't care about the difference in strength and pounced on them. However, this person didn't move forward. He stood 100 feet away and gloomily looked at them. His gaze lingered on the white-haired woman. The white-haired woman suddenly said, "Barbarian, he is a real barbarian. The tattoos on his body have already reached the level of a three-leaf cultivator, the same as a nascent soul cultivator." Chapter 346. The barbarian stuck out his tongue and licked his lip. He let out a roar and dozens of black lights appeared around him. They turned into barbarians with runes on their limbs and charged toward Wang Lin's group. As for the three-leaf barbarian, he sneered as he stood behind them. His eyes were gloomy. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He quickly moved around the barbarians and charged toward the three-leaf barbarian. The three-leaf barbarian didn't panic when he saw Wang Lin charging at him. Instead, he touched the runes on his body and a piece of beast skin appeared in his hand. The barbarian chanted a complicated incantation and the beast skin in his hand turned into a huge fireball that flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body was submerged in the fireball. The three-leaf barbarian took out another piece of beast skin. He bit his finger and drew a few lines on it before throwing it out. The fireball became even more intense. However, at this moment, Wang Lin's figure walked out from the fireball. The fireball couldn't get close to Wang Lin. As Wang Lin walked out, the fireball became smaller and smaller until it was extinguished. The three-leaf barbarian was startled and immediately disappeared into the darkness. How could Wang Lin let him escape? He teleported and chased after him. As for the barbarians that charged toward Old Man Hu's group, they were all killed by Old Man Hu and Sui Zi. At this moment, Wang Lin returned with the three-leaf barbarian in his hand and threw him to the ground. Then, Wang Lin looked at the white-veiled woman and coldly said, "Fellow cultivator ZXN, since you know the barbarian's level, I hope you can tell me everything you know." The white-veiled woman nodded and said, "It's not that I didn't want to tell you before, but after entering this place, I seem to have gained some new memories. The barbarians' attacks are different from ours. They are divided into two types, spellmasters and divination spellmasters. This person is a three-leaf spellmaster. The black runes on their bodies are the source of their power. The more runes they have, the stronger they are. As for these runes, they were drawn with the blood of demonic beasts and carved to obtain the power of demonic beasts." Just at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air came from the distance. Shortly after, a ray of black light flew over and turned into a giant face. This face was covered in runes, and its gaze landed on the savages on the ground. Suddenly, the runes on the three-leaf savage's body wriggled, as if they were alive. They floated out of the savage's body and were instantly sucked into the huge face. Elder Hu snorted lightly. Just as he was about to step forward, his expression suddenly changed and he stopped. Wang Lin's expression was also unsightly. In the distance, 5 black lights suddenly appeared. These black lights all turned into huge faces that gloomily stared at them. This is a 5-leaf shaman, equivalent to a soul formation cultivator. The white-veiled woman's voice trembled. "Everyone, spread out and gather at the entrance of the 2nd and 3rd floors. The entrance to the 3rd floor is at the extreme north," Elder Hu quickly said. He grabbed Su Luo and the girl and immediately flew into the distance. Chiu piping quickly followed behind him. Without saying anything, Wang Lin turned around and left. Seeing everyone leave, the huge faces immediately spread out. The one chasing after Wang Lin was the one that had first appeared and absorbed the three-leaf savage's runes. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. After flying a certain distance, he stopped and turned around to look at the people chasing him. He slapped his bag of holding and the restriction flag appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, countless restriction flags appeared. With a shake of his hand, countless restriction flags flew out. At the same time, The thunder toad flew out of the bag of holding and turned into a giant figure. Its abdomen swelled up and it opened its mouth towards the giant face. Suddenly, a ball of lightning shot out from the thunder toad's mouth. The ball of lightning tore through the air as it shot forward. The huge face's eyes revealed a strange look, and black fog immediately appeared on its face. It quickly condensed together and formed a huge shield. The ball of lightning landed on the shield. Bang! The shield trembled and a crack appeared, but it was immediately covered by the black fog. After the ball of lightning passed, the black fog became even denser. A person walked out from within the fog. This person was middle-aged. His hair was casually tied behind his head and he wore beast skin. Almost half of his body was covered in runes. Furthermore, these runes weren't drawn on his body. They were floating in the air and were quite complicated. It was obvious there was more than one layer of runes on him. It was the same on his face. Half of his face was covered in runes. The middle-aged man's voice was shaky as he slowly said, "Outsiders of the Curse Planet, you didn't abide by the agreement. Anyone who enters before the 100-year deadline will be killed." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't sense any spiritual energy from this person, but those runes gave him a sense of danger. The middle-aged man's right hand touched the runes on his body. They flickered and turned into a ray of light that rapidly revolved around the man's right hand. The middle-aged man's left hand quickly pointed at the runes a few times, and the runes he pointed at immediately moved. In an instant, the ray of light formed by the runes gave off a powerful aura. With a wave of his hand, the runes spread out and covered the area within 1,000 feet of him. In an instant, the symbol suddenly shrank and charged toward Wang Lin. The restrictions around Wang Lin immediately turned into dragons that charged at the runes. Bang! 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 A series of explosions rang out. Each dragon of restriction energy collided with a rune and dissipated. Oh! The middle-aged man frowned. His right hand reached out, and one of the runes appeared in his hand. In a flash, it turned into a beast's skin and he tossed it out. The beast's skin immediately ignited, causing the impact of the runes to increase. Popping sounds echoed as Wang Lin's restrictions decreased. Wang Lin still hadn't moved. He was still observing the runes. His eyes lit up and he thought, so the barbarians' attacks are mainly based on these runes. Although these runes don't contain any spiritual energy, they have a strange power. After seeing the middle-aged man toss out the beast's skin, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. He slapped his bag of holding and the giant celestial sword appeared before Wang Lin. He grabbed the celestial sword and let out a low roar. He raised the sword and suddenly chopped down. There was a loud bang as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. A black light flashed on the celestial sword and then immediately fell down. The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. He waved his hand and all the runes returned, forming shields before him. However, the moment the celestial sword swung down, there was a flash of black light. The black light shattered the shields one by one. The middle-aged man let out a scream. Without a word, his body turned into a black fog. The black fog contained a giant face and quickly retreated. At this moment, the celestial sword swung down. A miserable scream came from the black fog, leaving behind a pool of blood. The black fog slowed down for a moment, but it immediately became even faster. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't chase and instead looked at the thunder frog. The power of one sword didn't kill him. Even a late-stage soul formation cultivator would find it difficult to block this sword of mine without a good treasure. This 5-leaf barbarian is quite strong. The thunder toad suddenly jumped up and its belly bulged in midair. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of lightning. With a loud bang, the ball of lightning turned into a bolt of lightning and chased after the escaping middle-aged man. Then, the man disappeared into the black fog. Boom! A heaven-shaking explosion rang out. The black fog dissipated, and the face inside also disappeared. Wang Lin landed with the Thunder Toad. As the black fog dissipated, the smell of blood spread out. The middle-aged man's body was completely killed by the ball of thunder. Wang Lin pondered for a moment before putting away the thunder frog and heading north. Along the way, his divine sense spread out. Several hours later, Wang Lin's expression changed and he looked to the right. Then, his body turned into a shooting star and sped away. There were 2 barbarians there. One of them had white hair, and 2/3 of his body was covered in runes. Beside him was a youth. There weren't many runes on his body, only 1/4 of them. In front of the 2 of them was a quagmire. Bubbles were popping up and popping, repeating the cycle. The 2 of them immediately saw Wang Lin. The youth was startled. He looked at the old man beside him and didn't say a word. The old man's eyes were clear. He looked at Wang Lin and ignored him. Then he looked at the quagmire. Just at this moment, a giant creature that looked like a dragon came out of the quagmire. It let out a roar and charged at the old man. The old man's expression didn't change as his right hand hit the runes on his body. The runes on his body moved and gathered in his right hand. In the blink of an eye, they formed a long blade made of runes. The old man held the long blade and slashed at the dragon. The dragon let out a roar and swung its head at the dragon. It dodged the blade and slammed into the old man's body. However, the moment the dragon slammed into the old man's body shattered into countless runes and scattered. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Ever since he entered the immortal graveyard, all the barbarians he met used spells that were completely different from the ones used by the cultivators. The old man's body turned into countless runes that surrounded the dragon. Then the runes suddenly shrank and entered the dragon's body. The flood dragon roared in pain, and its huge body rushed out of the quagmire, splashing a large amount of mud. The savage teen dodged the mud and looked at the flood dragon with bright eyes. It didn't take long for the flood dragon to weaken. At that moment, runes began to emerge from its body. They gathered together and took the form of an old man. It was as if the old man had grown out of the dragon's body. When the last rune entered the old man's body, he jumped down from the dragon's body. At the same time, he slashed at the dragon's head, creating a large wound and causing a large amount of blood to spray out. The youth let out a cheer and charged out. Bathed in the blood, the black runes on his body began to move as if they were absorbing the blood. After a while, the youth sat down in the lotus position. His right hand touched the dragon's blood and he began to draw along the runes on his body. Gradually, a new rune appeared and replaced the old one. Seeing this, Wang Lin suddenly thought of a person. Chapter 347. Back then, when he tried to steal Ting Li's foundation, he entered the ruins and saw the blue-skinned strange man. The tattoos on the youth's body released a demonic glow. The light was blinding, but it quickly dimmed down. Finally, the tattoos extended a bit before stopping. The youth's eyes revealed a hint of excitement as he spoke to the old man in a strange language. After hearing this strange language, Wang Lin was sure that the strange man from back then had something to do with them. This was because this sentence was the same as the strange man's. The wild old man nodded. He rubbed the youth's head and then looked at Wang Lin. The old man looked at the beast trap in Wang Lin's right hand. He placed his hands on his chest, bowed, and said, "Outsider, I'm Kaimo of the Lost Clan, a 6-leaf shaman. Hello." Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he clasped his hands and said, "Hello, I'm Wang Lin, a soul formation cultivator." The old man looked at Wang Lin and said, "Before the 100-year period is up, all cultivators that come to the immortal graveyard must die. You didn't take advantage of my disciple's blood record to attack, so I won't make it difficult for you. Don't enter the 3rd floor and quickly leave. That way you will have a chance to live." "Oh!" Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The old man said, "Even if your companion enters the 3rd floor, he won't be able to leave alive. There are 7 shamans from my clan on the 3rd floor. Their strength is equivalent to your soul transformation cultivators. Wang Lin pondered and said, "Many thanks." With that, he pointed at the youth and asked, "He just used the blood of a demonic beast to carve tattoos on his body. Is this the secret technique of your forsaken immortal clan?" The old man nodded and said, "That is correct. My forsaken immortal clan uses tattoos to absorb the power of demonic beasts. The more powerful the demonic beast, the more power the tattoos give us." Wang Lin looked at the old man, clasped his hands, and disappeared. The young man stared in the direction where Wang Lin had disappeared. A hint of killing intent flashed across his eyes as he whispered, "Master, why didn't you capture him and hand him over to the patriarch?" The old man shook his head and said, "Your talisman power is not enough, you can't see the talisman spirit behind him. If I'm not wrong, that talisman spirit belongs to Emomo, someone who can kill a 5-leaf spell master without getting injured. Even 9R doesn't have the confidence to kill him. Once you make a move, you will be in danger." The killing intent in the young man's eyes intensified as he said, "I'm not afraid of death. Death is merely returning to the runes." The old man rubbed the young man's head with a hint of kindness in his eyes. He said, "Our tribe is not strong enough. There will be other powerful tribes to kill this person. Also, I can feel that the bronze bracelet on this person's wrist has a powerful soul force. It's better not to provoke him." The youth nodded his head and said, "Sooner or later, we will kill our way up there and drive these outsiders out of this planet." The old man stared in the direction where Wang Lin had disappeared. He sighed lightly and did not speak. Wang Lin flew in the 2nd level. After thinking for a while, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he flew towards the entrance of the 3rd level. His goal this time was the reincarnation fruit. If he just left like this, he would be unwilling. Along the way, Wang Lin's speed was extremely fast. One day later, he arrived at the extreme north of this place. In the distance, he saw the entrance to the 3rd level. There were corpses everywhere, and the smell of blood spread in all directions. It fused with the irritable aura of the 2nd level, forming a very strong killing intent. Old man who sat cross-legged at the entrance. His eyes were closed, and there was a pained expression on his face. Behind him, Su Luo was in a sorry state. The silver armor under his clothes was bleeding profusely. The young girl's hair was in a mess. There were many wounds on her body, and some areas were even fading. There were 3 cuts on her face, as if she had been clawed by a beast. Chiu Siping was also among them, but he was slightly better off. However, his aura was also unstable. It was clear that he was injured. At this moment, the 3 of them looked at Elder Hu cautiously with a trace of fear in their eyes. Beside them was a huge demon beast. It looked like a black tortoise, and it was Old Man Hu's Tao beast. There were also wounds on the Tao beast's body. It was lying on the ground and cautiously looking around with its fierce eyes. Occasionally, it would let out a few low growls. Wang Lin's arrival immediately attracted the Tao beast's attention. The Tao beast immediately stared at Wang Lin, and its growls became louder. In the end, it suddenly stood up and roared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned. At this moment, Chiu Siping and the others also saw Wang Lin. Their faces were filled with joy, but the 3 of them did not dare to move. "What's going on?" Wang Lin asked. Chiu Siping looked at Elder Hu and hurriedly transmitted his voice. "Brother Wang, Elder Hu killed 2 5-leaf spellmasters along the way, and he killed another one on the 8th day. But the last spellmaster used some kind of spell before he died, and Elder Hu was injured by the spell. He seems to have lost his mind." Wang Lin frowned and took a few steps forward. At this moment, the Tao beast immediately roared and inhaled. A powerful suction force gathered from all directions. In front of the Tao beast, a huge ball of wind flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a snort and slapped his bag of holding. The mosquito and thunder frog immediately appeared. Without waiting for Wang Lin's order, the Thunder Frog's stomach swelled up and it spat out a ball of lightning that collided with the ball of wind. Boom! A huge wave was set off in the surroundings. The mosquito let out a roar and circled in the air. Its huge and sharp mouth immediately stabbed toward the Tao beast. With a loud bang, Old Man Who opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a red glow and there was a rune imprint on his pupils. When he saw Wang Lin, he let out a roar and pounced toward Wang Lin like a beast. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He slapped his bag of holding and the restriction banner appeared in his hand. The restriction aura was like a dragon that howled in front of him and formed a cage that trapped Old Man Who inside. Elder Who's eyes glowed with a bright red light. He let out a hideous grin and clawed at the air in front of him, trying to break free. Wang Lin pointed forward with his right hand and softly said, "Trap." Suddenly, more restriction aura rushed out from the restriction banner and formed a very tough cage. Every time Old Man Who tore off a layer, more restriction aura would pour in. Wang Lin shouted, "Fellow cultivator Who, you still haven't awakened." His voice was like thunder as it penetrated the restriction aura and directly entered Old Man Who's ears. Old Man Who's hand immediately stopped and his eyes revealed a struggling expression. However, just at this moment, the rune in Old Man Who's eyes flashed like crazy a few times. The red glow in Old Man Who's eyes reappeared, but his expression was a bit strange. Brother Wang, the savage I killed in the end, became a 6-leaf shaman before he died. Before he died, he used a strange spell to turn me into a puppet. This spell is very powerful. If I was in the Sea of Devils, I would only need a few years to break it, but here, the tyrannical aura of the second layer is constantly invading my body. I have to calm my heart to get rid of it. Only at a moment of life and death will this spell collapse. Brother Wang, make your move. The look in Old Man Who's eyes became even more intense. His body trembled as if he was trying his best to control himself. Wang Lin's eyes became serious. He touched his bag of holding and the black celestial sword appeared in his hand. After this sword was condensed by the wandering souls, even those who had seen this sword before would find it hard to recognize it. With the celestial sword in hand, Wang Lin stared at Old Man Who raised his right hand and chopped down. There was a flash of black light on the celestial sword and the sword seemed to extend endlessly. The moment the black light appeared, the restriction aura dissipated, revealing Old Man whose eyes were flashing like crazy. In almost the blink of an eye, the rune in Old Man Who's eyes collapsed. Blood flowed down from Old Man Who's forehead and dripped down his nose. The celestial sword stopped 3 inches away from Old Man Who. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He waved his right hand and the celestial sword disappeared. Without saying a word, Elder Who took out a bottle of medicinal pills from his storage pouch, poured out a few pills, and sat down cross-legged to meditate. Wang Lin looked into the distance and waited for the old man to cultivate. The shock in the eyes of Chiu Saiping and the others was extremely strong. They all held their breaths and didn't dare to say a word. Even the Taotai beast trembled and stopped roaring. The mosquito beast took this opportunity to drill its mouth into the Taotai beast's neck and suck a mouthful of blood. Only then did it return to Wang Lin's side with the thunder frog. Half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn later, Old Man Who opened his eyes. His eyes were clear. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands. Brother Wang, thank you. Although FFF's expression was normal, he was very wary of Wang Lin. If Wang Lin had lowered his head a bit more, he would have died on the spot. Although this was because he didn't resist and didn't use any treasures, the feeling of life and death was engraved in his mind. Sure enough, there is a reason why this Wang Lin's alias, Tsingyo, can be so famous. Old Man Who thought to himself. Wang Lin smiled and said, "No problem." One day later, the white-veiled woman and the green-robed old man still hadn't arrived. Old Man Who pondered a bit and discussed with Wang Lin that they shouldn't wait any longer. Although he didn't have the exact location of the reincarnation tree, he had a rough idea of where it was. Wang Lin nodded in agreement. Everyone entered the third floor. The third level was a fiery red world. There was a strange substance in the soil that emitted a red glow. As a result, everything was red as far as the eye could see. The immortal graveyard is very dangerous right now. The second floor has a 5-leaf shaman, so I'm afraid the third floor has a 6-leaf shaman. We need to quickly find the reincarnation tree and leave immediately. Old Man Who said in a serious tone. Then he looked at Wang Lin and said, Wang Daoyu, to tell you the truth, Su Luo and Yun Meng are the key to making the reincarnation fruit appear from the reincarnation tree. They still have 100 years of lifespan left. If they each lose 60 years, they will be able to make the reincarnation fruit appear. This is why I brought them here. When we get back, each of us will take one person and use the fastest speed possible to get to the reincarnation tree. Chiu Siping complained in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything. He knew that he was insignificant in Old Man Who's eyes. He could only grit his teeth and follow. If he fell behind, he would die for sure. Chapter 348. After Old Man Who finished speaking, he grabbed Su Luo, and with a flash, he flew toward the west. Chiu Siping clenched his teeth and quickly followed them. Only the beautiful girl, Yun Meng, remained. Her beautiful eyes looked at Wang Lin as she arrived next to him and softly said, Many thanks, Senior. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he wrapped his arm around the girl's waist. He immediately felt the soft waist. His eyes were calm as he said, Close your eyes. The girl quickly closed her eyes, but her cheeks were a bit red. She had never been in such close contact with a man before. The smell of Wang Lin's body entered her nose, making her face even redder. After hugging the girl, Wang Lin took a step forward and disappeared. The girl only felt the wind howling in her ears. It was like a sharp knife blowing on her body, but the wind immediately disappeared. The girl's eyelashes trembled. The girl's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. She saw a ball of gentle green light around her body, blocking the gale from the howling coins. She quietly raised her head and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face wasn't handsome, but he had a strange temperament. This was the temperament of a soul formation cultivator. After their bodies were fused with the spiritual energy of the world, they would comprehend the domain of the heavens. While flying, Wang Lin noticed the girl's gaze. He didn't look down but looked ahead. He saw Chiu Siping increasing the distance between Old Man Who and Chiu Siping. With his speed, he couldn't compare to He Ko's soul formation father. Chiu Siping revealed a trace of anxiety. When he turned around and saw Wang Lin catching up, he shouted, Brother Wang, help me. Flick me and I'll give you a treasure. Wang Lin originally didn't want to pay attention to him. After all, the two of them didn't know each other very well. However, after hearing that Chiu Siping wanted to give him a treasure, he suddenly remembered the cave he saw in the Sea of Devils. There were many ancient books inside, so it was not something an ordinary person could obtain. He slapped his bag of holding with his left hand and the mosquito beast appeared. With a thought from Wang Kai, the mosquito beast flew under Chiu Siping and placed him on its back. However, the mosquito beast's eyes were filled with reluctance. It clearly didn't think Chiu Siping was qualified to sit on its back. Chiu Siping let out a sigh of relief. Although the mosquito beast was slower than a soul formation cultivator, it could still keep up. He quickly took off his bag of holding, took out a pair of bells and said, Brother Wang, I found this many years ago in the stomach of a demon beast. It should be a treasure of great luck, but my ability is limited and I can't understand it. However, I can swear that this is not ordinary. Today, I'll give it to Brother Wang. I only hope that Brother Wang can help me gain a chance to comprehend under the reincarnation tree. With that, he threw the bells to Wang Lin. He looked at them and saw that there was a restriction on them. If he didn't break the restriction, he wouldn't be able to see through them. He didn't look at them carefully and put them away in his bag of holding. Just at this moment, 2 rays of black light came from the distance. They turned into 2 giant faces. One chased after Old Man Hu and the other charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He waved his right hand and the celestial sword appeared. He slashed at the sky and a ray of sword energy slashed down on the face. After slashing down, Wang Lin didn't stop and moved even faster. The giant face released a large amount of black fog. The fog formed a giant rune and collided with Wang Lin. The 2 rays collided. The sword energy dissipated and the rune shattered. Person walked out from the fog. This person had grizzled hair and a sinister gaze. Above his right eye there was a glistening bloody wound. Blood flowed down his cheek. This person stuck out his tongue and licked it. His body moved and he chased after them. He's only injured but not dead. He must be a 6-leaf shaman. I'm afraid he's as strong as a late-stage soul formation cultivator. Wang Lin frowned. Old Man who was in a sorry state and couldn't help but stop. He began to fight the old woman formed by the giant face. However, he had to protect Su Luo and his cultivation was only at the mid-stage of soul formation, so he couldn't help but be pushed back and was in danger many times. Tao Beast! Old Man Who shouted. The beast that looked like the black tortoise appeared and fought the old woman with Old Man Who. The moment the old woman saw the Tao Beast, her eyes lit up. She didn't fight Old Man Who but charged at the Tao Beast. Go! The eyes of the white-haired old man chasing Wang Lin also narrowed as he stared at the beast. There was a hint of greed in his eyes. He hesitated for a bit before looking at the old woman. Then he left Wang Lin and charged toward the beast. From his point of view, instead of chasing this foreign cultivator, it was better to use the blood of the Tao Beast. Perhaps it could make the rune more powerful. As for the mosquito beast under Chiu Siping, it was ignored by the 2. It was obvious that in their eyes, this mosquito beast had no value. Wang Lin quickly passed Old Man Hu and shouted, "Fellow cultivator Hu, don't hesitate. There must be more than 2 savages here. If we keep fighting, it will only get worse. Let's go." Old Hu stared blankly at the Tao Beast which was being repeatedly grabbed by the 2 savages. A trace of reluctance flashed across his eyes. However, this reluctance was immediately forcefully dispelled by him, and he swiftly left without even turning his head back. This was because he saw 3 rays of black light quickly flying over. Old Man Hu was behind Wang Lin, said, "The west, the approximate location of the reincarnation tree is in the west." The 3rd floor was much smaller than the previous 2 floors. A few hours later, everyone arrived at the west side. Old Man Hu's eyes narrowed after scanning the area with his divine sense. "It's there." Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and immediately saw where Old Man Hu was pointing. It was a withered tree. This tree wasn't big, only as thick as an arm. It had no leaves and only grew on the ground by itself. It looked very ordinary, no different from a normal tree. However, it was the only one on the 3rd floor. Old Man Hu stood under the tree and said, "When the old man came to the 3rd floor, he also came here, but he didn't find any trees. If Zxin hadn't taken out the jade, I wouldn't have believed that there would be a reincarnation tree on the 3rd floor." Chiu Siping also arrived at this moment. Before he got close, the mosquito turned around and threw him down. The mosquito returned to Wang Lin's side. Chiu Siping didn't mind and teleported under the tree. He revealed an excited expression and was about to sit down. At this moment, Old Man Hu frowned and looked at Chiu Siping. Chiu Siping's heart trembled and he quickly looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's tone was calm as he slowly said, "Let him meditate. Cultivation is a heaven-defying matter. Since he has this opportunity, we shouldn't interfere." Old Man Who didn't say anything and looked at Su Luo and Yun Meng. The two of them quickly arrived under the tree and sat down. The reincarnation tree was between them. Chiu Siping looked at Wang Lin with gratitude in his eyes. He took a deep breath and began to cultivate. He knew that time was short. Whether or not he could reach the soul formation stage would all depend on today. Brother Wang, Su Luo and Yun Yi need 6 hours to complete the cultivation of the reincarnation tree. During these 6 hours, you and I need to protect them, Old Man Who said in a deep voice. Wang Lin's eyes flashed and he said, I wonder how many reincarnation fruits there will be? Yu Lao looked at Wang Lin and pondered for a while. He said, at least 2. If it's 2, you and I will each take 1. If it's 3, I will take 1 more. After all, it's the life of a member of the artifact crafting pavilion. I hope Brother Wang can forgive me. Wang Lin pointed at the reincarnation tree and said, okay, but the branch of the reincarnation tree belongs to me. Haha, no problem. Old Man Who laughed. He sneered in his heart and thought that the reincarnation tree was already withered. After the cultivation, it would be useless. There was no harm in giving it to Old Man Who. Wang Lin nodded and took a step forward to grab the branch. Old Man Who's expression changed as he yelled, Wang Daoyu, what are you doing? Wang Lin looked at Old Man Who and said in a deep voice, since this branch belongs to me, it's not a problem for me to take a piece of it. Cultivator Who, let me ask you, what are you doing? Old Man Who was startled. He was about to speak when Wang Lin broke off a large piece of the branch. He calmly placed it in his storage bag and sat down with his legs crossed. Old Man Who pondered for a while. Thinking about Qin Nan's fame and the sword that shocked him, he didn't say anything. He sat down and said with a smile, Brother Wang, please don't be offended. It's fine if it's just a piece, but the number of reincarnation fruits might be less. Wang Lin looked at Old Man Who and didn't say anything. Instead, he formed a seal with his hand. Circles of restrictions appeared in his hands and landed on the ground. As Wang Lin's hands moved faster, more and more restrictions appeared. Old Man Whose eyes narrowed. After pondering for a bit, he took out 16 small flags from his storage bag and threw them in the surroundings. The flags began to emit a purple glow as if they were reflecting each other's glow. Wang Lin continued to throw out restrictions. After a total of 99 restrictions landed in the surroundings, he took out the restriction flag and threw it forward. Suddenly, the restriction flag turned into a black screen that surrounded the area. Amazing! Old Man Whose eyes lit up. He slapped his bag of holding and 5 black scythes appeared before him. The scythes were filled with the smell of blood, and the moment they appeared, countless souls let out mournful cries as they tried to escape from the scythes. Old Man Who waved his right hand and the 5 sickles flew out in a circle and sank into the black screen. Time slowly passed. The surroundings were completely silent. A milky white aura was emitted from Su Luo and Yun Yin's bodies. The aura floated above their heads and entered the reincarnation tree. Their faces alternated between red and white. Occasionally they would reveal painful expressions. As time passed, the milky white aura above their heads became denser. However, the reincarnation tree was the same as before. There were no changes at all. The milky white aura that had fused with the reincarnation tree was nowhere to be seen. Even with his divine sense, he was unable to discover where the white aura had gone. Slowly, Su Luo's appearance was no longer young. Wrinkles appeared on his forehead, and his hair was no longer black, but gray. Yun Meng was the same. Her charming appearance gradually faded, revealing the appearance of a married woman. Even so, her beauty didn't decrease. Instead, she gained the charm of a mature woman. Chapter 349. Time slowly passed. Su Luo and Yun Meng's faces became even older. Their skin became dim, as if their lifespan was being drained away by the milky white light. 3 yellow dots gradually appeared on the top of the reincarnation tree. These 3 yellow dots became more and more like shells, as if they contained a mysterious power. Old Man whose eyes lit up and he said, 3 reincarnation fruits. At this moment, a blinding yellow light suddenly shone from the reincarnation tree. A yellow pillar of light flashed from the reincarnation tree and pierced the clouds. It transformed into layers of ring-shaped ripples in the black soil above the 3rd layer and spread out in all directions. As the pillar of yellow light appeared, the ripples became larger and larger. The ring-shaped ripple was about 1,000 feet wide. As such, anyone on the 3rd floor would be able to see the phenomenon clearly. After those ring-shaped ripples spread out to a certain extent, they stopped spreading. Instead, they turned into leaves, and from the roots of the leaves, countless branches extended out. These branches connected with the yellow pillar of light, as if the branches were connected to the trunk of a tree, forming an ancient tree that reached the heavens. The pillar of yellow light was the trunk, the ripples were the branches, and the patterns were the leaves. In the blink of an eye, a giant reincarnation tree that seemed to be able to support the entire 3rd floor appeared before everyone. This wasn't a real tree, but an illusion. However, the appearance of this illusion shocked all the forsaken immortal clan members on the 3rd floor. No matter what they were doing, they all stopped and charged toward the reincarnation tree like crazy. Wang Lin raised his head to look at the ancient tree and his heart sank. Such a giant tree would definitely attract the attention of all the savages on this floor. What happens next will be a big battle. It was better to leave early and not wait for the reincarnation fruit. It was better to wait for the reincarnation fruits to welcome the big battle. Wang Lin pondered a bit and his eyes lit up. It was at this moment that 8 beams of black light appeared off in the distance. Popping sounds could be heard as they transformed into 8 old men. As soon as they appeared, they used the power of their magical symbols to charge toward the people under the reincarnation tree. The restrictions that Wang Lin placed on the outermost layer immediately took effect. They were like layers of turtle shells that surrounded everything within 300 feet of them. Bursts of light came from magical treasures as the power of the 8 old men's tattoos collided with the restrictions. Bang bang bang. Under the continuous attacks, the restrictions were destroyed one by one and the number of restrictions decreased. Old Man whose hands formed a seal and shot out a few rays of light. Suddenly, the 16 flags that were inserted into the ground began to move without any wind. Suddenly, 16 creatures that looked like evil spirits flew out from the flags. These 16 evil spirits circled the area and formed a black tornado. A powerful force came from the tornado, and the 8 people attacking the restrictions were knocked back several dozen feet. Old Man who took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and quickly formed a seal. One of the 8 people was caught by the giant hand. Wang Lin whose eyes lit up and he said, "Explode." One of the 8 was immediately grabbed by the giant hand. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he said, "Explode." Wang Lin pointed with his right hand again, and the giant hand reappeared and reached for another person. The cultivation bases of these people were not at the 5-leaf stage. They were all at the 4-leaf stage, which was equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, a ray of black light flew over from the distance. A huge face could be seen in the black light. The face was covered in runes. "Brother Wang, protect me. The old man will go out and fight." At this time, a black light suddenly flew over from the distance. Within the black light, one could see a huge face that was covered in runes. "Brother Wang, protect me. I'm going out to fight." After the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, old man who returned. His expression was ugly, and there were 2 wounds on his body. He sat cross-legged on the ground and said, "Brother Wang, protect me. The old man will go out and fight." After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, elder who rushed back with an ugly expression. There were 2 wounds on his body. He sat cross-legged on the ground and said, "I killed them, but 2 more came. I can't beat them." Wang Lin stood up and walked out. The moment Xiao Chen walked out of the restriction, he saw two wild old men waving the metal chain-like runes in their hands crazily at the hurricane formed by the 16 flags. Each time they clashed, a cracking sound would be emitted from the hurricane. The instant Wang Lin appeared, one of the savage old men's eyes flashed. The rune chain in his hand trembled, and like a long snake, it charged towards Wang Lin. As the runic chain approached, it brought with it a violent sonic boom. In fact, Wang Lin seemed to see the soul of a black dragon roaring on it. Wang Lin's expression was the same as ever. His right hand made a grasping motion in the air, and suddenly, a black spear shot out from the surrounding darkness. Wang Lin grabbed it and stabbed at the runic chain. Bang! The spear collapsed and cracks appeared on the runic chain. It instantly turned into runes that scattered in all directions. The savage old man's expression became serious. With a roar, a red beast hide appeared in his hand. He threw it, and it immediately burst into flames, turning into a huge iron plate. The moment the iron plate appeared, the scattered runes were immediately attracted by it and gathered towards the iron plate. Wang Lin raised his right hand and gently clenched it. Suddenly, a black spear appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and charged forward like lightning. The savage old man revealed a hint of fear. Without saying a word, he stood on top of the iron plate and chanted a complicated incantation. Suddenly, the iron plate grew in size until it was the size of a small mountain. The savage old man on top of it let out a roar and flew away with the iron plate, dodging Wang Lin's spear. Then, there was a whistling sound from the sky. The iron plate immediately fell from the sky, and the ground under Wang Lin's feet cracked. His body was bound by an invisible force, and his movements became very slow. At the same time, the other savage that was attacking the wind suddenly turned around and revealed a cruel smile. He waved his right hand and the runes on his body flew out. The runes overlapped and flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were still calm. He opened his arms and softly said, "Forbidden aura spear, appear." Suddenly, spears made of forbidden aura shot out from the surrounding darkness. Under Wang Lin's command, the spears flew toward the runes thrown by the savage not far away. At the same time, Wang Lin's heart was calm. He touched his bag of holding and the celestial sword appeared in his hand. He held it with both hands and slashed at the sky. With a loud bang, the sword light flew out and collided with the metal plate that was smashing down. The metal plate trembled and cracks appeared on it. The savage old man, who was stepping on it, spat out a mouthful of blood and revealed a shocked expression. However, he immediately let out a ferocious roar and a 5-leaf plant appeared between his brows. The moment the plant appeared, it immediately extended from between his brows and covered his entire body in the blink of an eye. Then, it entered the metal plate through his feet and into the cracks. Immediately, the metal plate shone with a blinding light and smashed down again. This time, it was less than 200 feet away from Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he threw the celestial sword up without hesitation. With a clap of thunder, the celestial sword turned into a black light and suddenly rushed toward the metal plate. It was as if it was piercing through tofu. It pierced through the metal plate and in front of the savage old man's eyes, it split his body into two. Blood sprayed everywhere. The restriction on Wang Lin's body disappeared. He suddenly turned around and opened his mouth. A small, black seal flew out from his mouth. It immediately enlarged and smashed toward the savage fighting the countless spears. The savage's expression changed. He waved his right hand and a beast hide appeared in his hand. He threw it out and the beast hide turned into a giant fist that collided with the black seal. Wang Lin let out a snort and moved forward. His right hand touched his bag of holding and a bell appeared. He threw it at the savage's head. The savage had to fight the black seal while also being careful of the countless spears. His eyes were filled with madness. Just as he was about to take out another beast hide, the bell had already surrounded him. Wang Lin waved his right hand and the bell returned to his hand. He immediately formed a seal and placed it on the bell. Suddenly, a series of clanging sounds came from the bell along with faint roars. Holding the bell, Wang Lin put away the celestial sword and the black seal. He turned around and returned to the formation. After he disappeared, everything returned to normal, leaving only the corpses and blood on the ground. Inside the formation, under the reincarnation tree, old man who watched Wang Lin walk in. His eyes revealed an undetectable trace of fear. He had just seen Wang Lin's battle, so the fear in his heart was even stronger. How much longer? Wang Lin looked at the reincarnation tree. The 3 yellow dots had already become the size of a fist. Old man who said with certainty, soon. At most, in an hour, the reincarnation fruit will condense. Wang Lin said in a deep voice, it's too late. Just now, there were only 5 leaf shamans. Once there are 6 leaf shamans, they are the same as late-stage soul formation savages. I can handle one, but if there are 2, I won't be able to do anything. Also, there are 7 leaf shamans here. They are the same as soul transformation cultivators. Old man whose face was gloomy. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked outside the formation. Wang Lin let out a sigh and looked over. In the distance, there were more than 20 rays of black light flying over. 6 of them had huge faces wrapped around them, especially the 2 at the front. The black lights they gave off were like monstrous demonic flames. Occasionally, there would be 6 leaf shamans on the faces. When they got close, the black lights immediately turned into savages. The 2 6-leaf shamans at the front were the ones that had chased after them earlier and were lured away by the Tao beast. There were more marks on the old woman's body than before, and the dark red marks hadn't faded yet. It was obvious that she had just finished drawing them. She smiled and reached out with her withered right hand. Immediately, the tornado that had been hit by the continuous attacks from before collapsed. The 16 evil spirits inside the tornado dissipated, and the 16 little flags on the ground shattered into pieces. Chapter 350. After the tornado dissipated, what appeared before everyone was a black screen. The old woman took a step forward and was about to enter the black screen when her expression suddenly changed. She twisted her body at an unbelievable angle. A sickle flashed in front of him and disappeared into the darkness. A bloody gash immediately appeared on the old woman's withered body. She let out a fierce roar and wiped the runes on her body with her right hand. Runes immediately appeared and flickered around her body. The old woman chanted a spell, and the runes flickered and turned into huge fireballs. With a roar, she charged toward the black screen. A large amount of restriction spears flew out from the black screen and collided with the fireballs, creating a heaven-shaking rumble. At the same time, 5 sickles flew out toward the old woman. Just at this moment, a ray of purple light arrived from the distance and landed next to the old woman. The purple light dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man. This person was extremely burly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a scythe. With a squeeze, the scythe shattered. His right hand grabbed another scythe and crushed it. At this moment, the remaining 3 sickles flew back into the black screen and disappeared. Most of the burly man's body was covered in runes. However, these runes were different from the ones of the other savages. They weren't floating outside his body but had fused with his body and become part of his skin. After this person appeared, the old woman let out a cold snort but didn't speak. The burly man looked at the black screen, then his right hand formed a fist and he threw a punch. The runes on his body began to move strangely. As the runes moved, all the muscles in his body gathered on his right fist. With one punch, the black screen trembled and the 3 sickles hidden inside collapsed. Old man whose expression was gloomy as he looked back at the reincarnation tree. He clenched his teeth and his gaze swept past Su Luo and Yun Yin before landing on Su Luo. His right hand formed a seal and he waved his hand, causing a ray of light to enter Su Luo's body. Su Luo immediately let out a miserable groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body tilted to one side and he fell to the ground. However, as he fell to the ground, a large amount of milky white gas surged out of the top of his head and was absorbed into the reincarnation tree. Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he glanced at Old Man Hu. Old Man Hu was vicious and merciless. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice the lifespan of his disciples to speed up the process of growing the reincarnation fruit. However, this was an internal matter of his sect. Wang Lin had no right to interfere, nor would he interfere. As Su Luo fell to the ground, the 3 yellow dots on the reincarnation tree immediately emitted a dazzling light and gradually solidified. Old Man Hu knew that it was still not enough. He sighed inwardly and touched Yun Yin's body with his right hand again. She immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood and revealed a trace of sorrow. She looked at Old Man Hu and closed her eyes. Instantly, a large amount of milky white gas entered the reincarnation tree from the top of her head. In an instant, the 3 reincarnation fruits became solid. Wang Lin and Old Man Hu moved at almost the same time toward the fruits on the reincarnation tree. In an instant, the 2 of them arrived before Wang Lin and grabbed one of the reincarnation fruit. As for Old Man Hu, he grabbed 2 fruits with both hands and immediately retreated. His gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with caution and alertness. Without hesitation, Wang Lin hit the reincarnation tree with his palm. The tree was immediately cut off from the root. He placed the tree on his shoulder and waved his right hand. The black screen disappeared and the restriction flag appeared in his hand. He didn't stop and continued to fly into the distance. Old Man Hu did the same. The 2 of them chose opposite directions. As for Chiu Saiping, he also opened his eyes. He clenched his teeth and followed in the direction Wang Lin had gone. All of this happened in the instant that the black screen disappeared. Almost immediately after the black screen disappeared, 3 figures charged out from within. The savages outside immediately blocked their path. The burly man stared at Wang Lin and moved in front of Wang Lin to block him. As for the old woman, her gaze was locked onto Old Man Hu. The other 6-leaf shaman's gaze was locked onto Chiu Saiping. Chiu Saiping felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. His body was suddenly enveloped by a strange power. He couldn't move at all. He could only watch as the 6-leaf spell master grinned at him. Soon after, his vision darkened and he lost consciousness. On his forehead, a strange mark that was growing continuously appeared. Facing the burly man's obstruction, Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. Without hesitation, he slapped his bag of holding and slashed forward with the celestial sword. The burly man laughed and punched out with his right hand, colliding with the sword ray. Boom! The skin on the burly man's right hand was torn open, revealing the gray bones inside. There were faint runes flashing on the bones. His body was thrown back and only stopped after flying for more than 10 meters. His eyes were filled with battle intent as he let out a roar and charged at Wang Lin again. Wang Lin felt the celestial sword in his hand tremble. He immediately used the force to retreat and turned into a ray of black light to escape. He immediately guessed that the other party wasn't a shaman, but a battle shaman that had never appeared before. Otherwise, how could a normal shaman block the celestial sword's power with just their fists? The moment Wang Lin retreated, he saw the strange mark on Chiu Saiping's forehead. His heart sank and his right hand grabbed Chiu Saiping's bag of holding. Without any hesitation, Wang Lin quickly flew away. The burly man let out a roar and chased after Qin Lai. At this moment, the remaining shamans immediately split up to block Wang Lin. Killing intent flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he shouted, "Scram!" With that, he slashed horizontally with the celestial sword in his hand. 2 people were cut in half at the waist. Blood splattered everywhere. The rest of the people couldn't help but slow down. Taking advantage of the delay, Wang Lin suddenly rushed out. The burly man's eyes were gloomy as he chased after Qin Lai. Both of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. As for the 6-leaf shaman that had just catalyzed Qiu Siping, he looked in the direction that Wang Lin and Qiu Siping disappeared. He withdrew his gaze and looked at old man who was fighting with the old woman. He licked his lips and stared at the bag of holding on old man whose waist. It was emitting bursts of yellow light that even the bag of holding couldn't cover. Wang Lin carried the reincarnation tree on his shoulder. The tree was extremely strange. It couldn't be placed inside a bag of holding, so he could only carry it on his body. As for the reincarnation fruit, it was placed inside his bag of holding. However, he couldn't get rid of the dazzling yellow light no matter what. The burly man behind him quickly chased after Wang Lin. His eyes were filled with battle intent as he looked at Wang Lin's back. He shouted in a language that Wang Lin could understand, "Outsider, you can't run away. Why don't you fight me?" There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. He touched the bracelet and suddenly stopped. He turned around with the celestial sword in his left hand and said, "Fine, I'll fight you." The burly man laughed. He didn't dodge. Instead, he placed his hands in front of his chest. With a bang, his body was pushed back several dozen feet. His arms were badly mutilated, but the bones inside weren't damaged. The battle intent in his eyes became even stronger as he shouted, "Qi Mu, 6-leaf battle curse earth." Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he said, "Wang Lin, soul formation earth cultivator." Qi Mu took a step forward, formed a fist, and threw a punch at the void. Suddenly, a series of sonic booms could be heard. Wang Lin swung the celestial sword and a powerful force came from the celestial sword 30 feet away. Wang Lin's hands immediately became numb. If my original body was here, I could definitely fight this person. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He raised his right hand and the beast trap immediately flew out. Bang! The god-slaying war chariot suddenly appeared in front of him. The beast's soul opened its eyes, stared at Qi Mu, and let out an earth-shattering roar. Qi Mu was startled and his expression changed. "God-slaying war chariot, let me see if your power matches your name." A cold light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. If he didn't kill this person today, he wouldn't be able to escape. The beast soul on the god-slaying war chariot fiercely looked at Wang Lin and roared again. This time, the sharp thorns on the war chariot emitted a black glow that slowly condensed toward the beast's soul. A sense of danger that he had never felt before suddenly enveloped Qi Mu's body. He revealed a startled expression. He didn't wait for the war chariot to completely open up and immediately rushed forward with his right fist. Wang Lin sneered. His body moved and the celestial sword slashed forward. Qi Mu's right fist bounced up. His expression was ferocious as he forcefully stopped and moved forward again. Wang Lin slashed again. This time, he didn't stop and continued to swing the celestial sword. In the blink of an eye, 10 sword energies flew out. Bang! 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 Qi Mu's body was pushed back bit by bit. There were many wounds on his body, revealing his white bones. There were even some broken bones on his chest, but the runes flashed and the broken bones recovered. Suligwa's cry came out from the celestial sword in Wang Lin's hand. He and the wandering souls couldn't completely control the celestial sword. If they used it too much, they would disappear. Suligwa's cry entered Wang Lin's ears and he stopped. At this moment, the beast soul on the god-slaying war chariot absorbed the last black glow from the thorns. Suddenly, its body became infinitely bigger. The chains that were binding it disappeared at this moment. A destructive force came out from the war chariot and entered the beast soul's body. Roar! The beast soul roared and jumped out of the war chariot. With a speed that Wang Lin couldn't see clearly, It instantly arrived in front of Chi Mu. Chi Mu's eyes revealed a trace of fear. He wanted to retreat, but his speed was too slow compared to the beast soul. The beast soul's body was filled with destructive force. It almost instantly passed through Chi Mu's body. Wang Lin clearly saw that after the beast passed through Chi Mu's body, there was a remnant soul in its mouth. This remnant soul looked like Chi Mu. Cracks slowly appeared on Chi Mu's body from between his eyebrows. These cracks immediately covered his entire body. Finally, his entire body turned into ashes and disappeared from this world. Chapter 351. After swallowing the remnant soul, the spirit beast suddenly turned around and charged at Wang Lin. Although this spirit beast was trapped by the beast trap, it was still very ferocious. How could it be willing to be controlled by Wang Lin? At the moment it pounced at him, Wang Lin's eyes were calm. His right hand formed a seal and pressed it on the war chariot. Suddenly, crackling sounds could be heard as countless chains flew out from the war chariot. The chains flew through the air and quickly tied up the spirit beast. The spirit beast struggled unwillingly, and its roars became even more intense. It wanted to break free from the chains, but the chains seemed to have infinite power. They tightly locked onto the spirit beast and slowly dragged it back into the war chariot. The spirit beast continued to struggle and roar, but it was still dragged back into the war chariot. Its body slowly shrank until it disappeared inside the war chariot. The war chariot turned into the beast trap and flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He took out a top-quality spirit stone and reached out with his right hand. The beast trap landed on his wrist and a powerful suction force came from it. Wang Lin held the top-quality spirit stone and flew into the distance. His speed was not fast, and as he flew, he transferred the suction force from the beast trap to the top-quality spirit stone. This process lasted for a long time before the suction force slowly weakened. Wang Lin's forehead was covered in sweat. When he let go, the top-quality spirit stone in his hand turned to dust. The power of this god-slaying war chariot is incredible. It is indeed worthy of being a treasure of the celestial world. Unfortunately, the backlash from this spirit beast is too fierce. I can control the beast trap for a short period of time, but if this continues, I might be sucked dry one day. In addition, every time I use it, I need to use a top-quality spirit stone to make up for the loss of spiritual energy. As a result, the price is too high. The sweat on Wang Lin's forehead immediately disappeared. His eyes lit up and he began to ponder. His speed was extremely fast. Wang Lin knew that the third level was extremely dangerous. He had to leave as soon as possible. Moreover, the words of the old savage man on the second level were still echoing in his ears. A 7-leaf spell master was equivalent to an infant transformation cultivator. For the current Wang Lin, this was an existence that he couldn't resist. I just don't know if the god-slaying war chariot can kill a soul transformation cultivator. However, the difference between a soul transformation cultivator and a soul transformation cultivator is not something that can be made up for with numbers. It's a difference in quality. A soul transformation cultivator's spiritual energy has already turned into immortal energy. Wang Lin frowned. But it's a little strange. There was such a huge commotion under the reincarnation tree, but why didn't a 7-leaf shaman appear? Wang Lin's eyes flashed and he sped up. He carried the reincarnation tree on his back, which was naturally extremely eye-catching in the third level. After flying for a while, Wang Lin chopped down on the reincarnation tree with his right hand. Instantly, the tree was sliced into several pieces. Before, I could put the branches into my bag of holding. Since I can't put the whole tree in, I'll try cutting it into pieces. Wang Lin chopped off a piece and tried to put it into his bag of holding. Without any hesitation, a small piece of the reincarnation tree immediately disappeared into his bag of holding. It works. Wang Lin increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, he had put all the pieces of the tree into his bag of holding. This reincarnation tree is indeed mysterious. I can't put the whole tree into my bag of holding, but I can cut it into pieces. Wang Lin glanced at his bag of holding and sped toward the entrance to the third level. Time passed slowly. The entrance to the third level was within sight. Wang Lin's body teleported and appeared at the entrance. Just as he was about to go up, a cough came from the distance. A white-haired old man, who had 4/5 of his body covered with runes and symbols, slowly walked over from afar with a hunched back. Without any hesitation, Wang Lin dashed toward the entrance to the second level. On the old man's wrist was a bracelet made of beast bones. He rubbed the bracelet, looked in the direction Wang Lin disappeared, and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared and reappeared on the second level. After the old man reappeared, he was startled. When he was moving, he could clearly sense the location of the outsider. However, after he reappeared, the outsider's aura had disappeared. The old man straightened his back and pointed at his forehead. Suddenly, a 7-leaf plant appeared between his eyebrows and slowly extended out from the top of his head. Suddenly, every corner of the second level appeared in the old man's mind. At the same time, his powerful ability, which was similar to a cultivator's divine sense, covered the entire second level. After scanning the area, he couldn't find any trace of Wang Lin. As such, the old man revealed a shocked expression. This outsider junior does have some magical abilities. He was able to escape from under the old man's nose. The old man muttered to himself, took a step forward, and disappeared. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half a month, no one had left the immortal graveyard. Old man who used a life-saving technique to escape, but he was captured by the hunchbacked old man and was never heard from again. As for Su Luo and Yunmeng's bodies, they were taken away by the Forsaken Immortal clan for other purposes. Chiu Saiping couldn't resist the 6-leaf cultivator at all. After all, a 6-leaf cultivator was equivalent to a late-stage soul formation cultivator, so he became a puppet. Aside from the white-veiled woman and her servant, the green-robed old man, who were still missing, the only person left that entered the immortal graveyard was Wang Lin. On this day, at the entrance to the third floor from the second floor, a 7-colored light suddenly flickered. Soon, a figure appeared out of thin air. The moment Wang Lin appeared, he charged out and disappeared. Half a month ago, when he noticed the hunchbacked old man, he entered the heaven-defying beads space without any hesitation. It had been a long time since he hid inside the heaven-defying bead. In front of a 7-leaf shaman, that was equivalent to a soul transformation cultivator, Wang Lin knew that he couldn't resist. Once he was locked on by the shaman, the only path for him would be death. After appearing, Wang Lin pushed his speed to the limit. He didn't hesitate to consume spiritual energy to teleport. If it wasn't for the fact that the star compass could only travel through space, Wang Lin would have already used it. He teleported the entire way with a top-quality spirit stone in his hand. After a few teleportations, he arrived at the entrance to the first level. Just as he was about to charge in, a giant, golden tattoo appeared and sealed the entrance. Outsider Junior, the old man has been waiting for you for a long time. After a series of coughs, the hunchbacked old man appeared under the tattoo. His gaze casually swept past Wang Lin. With just one glance, Wang Lin felt like his entire body had been seen through. A cold feeling surrounded his body. Wang Lin didn't dare to retreat. He could feel that if he retreated, the old man would immediately attack. He coldly looked at the old man and placed his left hand on the beast trap. The old man coughed and slowly said, "You killed Momo, Dia, Lagu, and Chi Mu. I saw their resentment spirits on you. You are only at the mid-stage of soul formation, but you were able to kill my clan's descendants, especially the 6-leaf Chi Mu. I presume you are not a nobody in your cultivation country. What is your name? Wang Lin. Wang Lin calmly said as he placed his left hand on the beast trap. This beast trap had a fatal flaw, and that was that it took too long to prepare. Wang Lin wasn't confident that he could stall the old man until the chariot opened. The treasure that killed Chi Mu is your bracelet, right? The old man looked at the beast trap and said, There is the smell of a beast's soul inside it. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. He stared at the old man and tried to slowly move back. The old man looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin stopped but didn't move back. The old man coughed a few times and said, The old man won't make things difficult for you. Tell me how you hid your aura and I'll leave your corpse intact. I'll also personally plant a tattoo soul in you and make you my tattoo puppet. With your cultivation, you won't be able to escape. With that, he reached out with his right hand. Wang Lin suddenly felt the space around him solidify. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He touched his bag of holding and the restriction flag appeared in his hand. With a wave of the flag, a large amount of restriction gas came out and turned into an evil dragon that charged at the old man. At the same time, the celestial sword appeared in Wang Lin's hand. With one slash, a black sword energy appeared. The old man raised his right hand and pointed forward. The runes on his body began to move and a rune appeared on his finger. He flicked the rune and it immediately flew out. As soon as the rune appeared, it shattered into countless smaller runes that flew toward the restriction gas. At the same time, the old man raised his right hand and pressed down with his finger to collide with the celestial sword light. Boom! When the sword energy disappeared, a red mark appeared on the old man's finger. He looked at it and said, Not bad, this sword is also a treasure. Wang Lin's scalp felt numb. The restriction flag was useless, the celestial sword was useless, and the god-slaying war chariot needed time to prepare. His eyes became cold as he touched his bag of holding again and another restriction flag appeared in his hand. His left hand formed a restriction as he stared at the old man. The old man stared at the restriction flag and shook his head. Junior, you have a lot of treasures on you. I presume you are a disciple of a large sect. This flag contains the power of the heavens. I presume that once you complete this last restriction, divine retribution will descend. If it was above ground, it might be a threat to the old man, but this is the Forsaken Immortal Clan's holy land. Divine retribution can't descend, so you can try. As the old man spoke, his right hand reached out once more. This time, his speed was not fast, but the power was much stronger than before. Cracking sounds could be heard within 100 zhang, and some spatial cracks immediately appeared. It was as if the area within 1,000 feet was going to collapse. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He quickly withdrew the restriction flag, and another item appeared in his hand. This item was a scroll. The moment this ordinary scroll appeared in Wang Lin's hand, the old man's expressionless face suddenly changed. His right hand couldn't help but pause for a moment. The next chapter will be updated at 6 o'clock and will be delivered before 7:30, to be continued. Chapter 352. With this pause, Wang Lin felt the pressure around him lessen. Without any hesitation, he quickly retreated and escaped into the distance. The old man's eyes revealed a strange light. He took a step forward and chased after Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Although he had refined the scroll for a long time, he still didn't know how to use it. Earlier, he didn't have anything else in his bag of holding that could restrain the old man, which was why he decided to risk it all. He took out the scroll, opened it, tore it, or threw it. However, the moment the old man saw the scroll, he paused. As a result, Wang Lin immediately changed his plan. He put away the scroll and quickly escaped while the old man paused. The entrance to the first floor has been sealed, so there is only one way to escape. Although it is also very dangerous, It is much better than staying here without any chance of survival. Wang Lin mercilessly slashed at the void with the celestial sword. Suddenly, there was a ripping sound as a spatial crack appeared where the celestial sword was. The inside of the crack was pitch black, and it looked like a giant mouth that could devour a person. The moment the spatial rift appeared, it immediately shrank. Wang Lin's body flashed and he entered it. The moment he entered the spatial crack, the old man chased after him. The old man let out a snort and entered the spatial crack to continue his pursuit. The moment Wang Lin's body entered the spatial rift, a powerful gust of wind blew by. There were countless tiny, mysterious substances inside the wind that blew on Wang Lin's body. He immediately felt pain all over his body and his origin's soul flickered like a candle. Wang Lin was shocked. Although he already knew that the spatial crack was dangerous, the main danger was getting lost and not being able to find the exit. However, there was a cold wind inside the spatial crack that could extinguish the origin's soul. This shocked Wang Lin. His surroundings were completely dark and he couldn't see anything. However, the cold wind became stronger and stronger. Wang Lin immediately slapped his bag of holding and the star compass flew out. He sat down on the star compass and flew into the distance. At the same time, he used spiritual force to disperse the cold wind. This was why Wang Lin entered the spatial crack. Only in this void could he use the star compass. Only then would he be able to escape the wild old man's pursuit. The hunchback old man stepped into the spatial crack. He shook his right hand and a rune appeared. It landed on the rapidly shrinking spatial crack to stop it from closing. The old man muttered to himself, "This scroll is a bit similar to the relic in my clan's 11th floor." The cold wind seemed to have no effect on him. When it blew on him, not only did he not feel uncomfortable, but he felt very comfortable. The old man pondered a bit and continued to chase. Wang Lin sat on the compass and used all his strength to fly through the void. Along the way, he didn't see anything. It was as if the void here was just a black curtain. This difference immediately made Wang Lin cautious. The sense of danger behind him hadn't disappeared. It was clear that the old man was still chasing him. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. He controlled the compass and used his fastest speed to escape. The hunchback old man had his hands behind his back as he walked through the void. Every time he took a step, he would cross a great distance. However, he still couldn't catch up to Wang Lin. He was quite shocked in his heart. He thought to himself that this junior had so many treasures on him, and every single one of them was extraordinary. His identity must be extremely noble among the cultivators above. When he thought of this, his desire to refine him into a talisman puppet grew even stronger. This void was extremely strange. The more Wang Lin flew, the stronger this feeling became. After flying for so many days, he hadn't seen anything, not even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. This couldn't continue. Wang Lin's eyes flashed coldly. He waved his hand and the beast trap flew out. It turned into a war chariot and landed on the star compass. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He formed a seal with his right hand and pressed it against the war chariot. Suddenly, the beast spirit roared and appeared. Because Wang Lin was very close, the moment the beast spirit appeared, it tried to devour him. But Wang Lin was already prepared. His right hand seal didn't change. He sent out some spiritual energy and the chains on the war chariot tightened, pulling the beast spirit back. The spirit beast let out a crazed roar as it stared at Wang Lin with a vicious gaze. Wang Lin raised his head and changed his hand seal. Suddenly, the sharp spikes on the war chariot began to shine with a black light. Wang Lin turned his head and focused on controlling the star compass. He knew that it would take some time to activate the war chariot. Based on his previous experience, it would take the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Soon, the incense stick's time had passed. The black light from the war chariot had been completely absorbed by the beast spirit. The beast spirit's body had become even larger. During this time, it had tried to devour Wang Lin several times, but it had been locked down by the chains. Finally, when the war chariot was completely activated, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. The star compass suddenly stopped and he formed a seal with his right hand. The hunchbacked old man's expression changed. He sensed that Wang Lin had stopped moving and immediately chased after him. At the same time, a powerful soul energy surged out. The moment Wang Lin sensed the old man, the seal on his right hand landed on the war chariot. Immediately, the chains on the beast spirit's body disappeared. However, the chains between it and Wang Lin were still there, flickering with a demonic light. The beast spirit's eyes were filled with ferocity as it looked at the hunchbacked old man. It let out a roar and charged forward. It wanted to devour everything. Only by doing so could it vent its unwillingness and resentment. The hunchbacked old man's expression immediately changed. He stopped and touched the runes on his body. Suddenly, the runes on his body came out and rose 3 inches from his body. At this moment, the beast spirit arrived. The instant it pounced on the old man, it let out a roar and was stopped 3 inches away from the old man. The only thing stopping it were the frantically flickering runes. However, the god-slaying war chariot was extremely powerful. The old man's body was pushed back 300 meters before he stopped. His eyes were bloodshot and he let out a roar. The runes on his body rose again, increasing from 3 inches to 5 inches. The beast spirit roared as it was slowly pushed back. The old man's eyes became even more bloodshot. Just as he was about to drive the beast spirit away, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he revealed a cold smile. He held the celestial sword in his right hand and leaped into the air, slashing at the old man. Take advantage of his weakness to take his life. Wang Lin was very skilled at doing this. With one slash, the sword energy fused with the darkness and poured out like crazy. The sword energy appeared in front of the hunchbacked old man and landed on his body. The hunchbacked old man let out a roar and the runes on his body sank a bit. The old man's bloodshot eyes looked at Wang Lin and a 7-leaf plant appeared between his eyebrows. The moment the plant appeared, the runes on the old man's body moved like crazy. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body immediately felt cold. A cold energy came from his abdomen and quickly entered his origin soul. This cold energy gathered at one point like a seed that quickly sprouted. Wang Lin's face was pale and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body moved as he let out a roar and slashed down with the celestial sword again. Then he immediately changed direction and slashed down again. Rays of sword energy exploded on the old man's body. The runes on the old man's body continued to sink, and the beast spirit's charge became even more intense. It let out a roar and wanted to devour the old man who was stopping it. Just as the beast spirit was about to devour it, the old man's eyes revealed a strange light. The bone bracelet on his right hand immediately broke and fell from his hand. In an instant, the bracelet emitted waves of green light and a rune appeared. The rune was broken and incomplete, and there were even many cracks on it. However, a feeling that made Wang Lin's heart jump came from the rune. The moment the rune appeared, the surrounding black void lit up and was enveloped by a green light. The hunchbacked old man slowly said, "This is the old man's enlightenment rune." It was by comprehending this rune that the old man reached the 7-leaf stage. Junior, you are lucky enough to see this rune. Even if you die, it will be enough. The rune flashed, and the beast soul that wanted to devour the old man let out a roar. A green glow appeared on its body, and it turned around to stare at the rune with an expression of unwillingness. If it was at its peak, it would have dared to fight this rune. However, now it had no choice but to retreat. The beast spirit roared and shook its body. The green light was immediately scattered, and the beast spirit's body quickly shrank and disappeared into the void. Wang Lin immediately noticed that the moment the rune appeared, the seed in his nascent soul that was growing branches and leaves immediately sped up and grew at a crazy speed. Wang Lin did not hesitate. His body flashed and he returned to the compass. He sped away under the control of the compass. The beast spirit appeared on the god-slaying war chariot again. This time, it did not try to devour Wang Lin. Instead, it weakly disappeared into the war chariot. The old man looked in the direction that Wang Lin disappeared in. He did not chase after him. Instead, he looked down at his chest. There were 3 deep wounds on his chest. These wounds were caused by Wang Lin's celestial sword. The old man's eyes were filled with killing intent. He took a deep breath and half knelt toward the broken green rune. The rune slowly shrank and merged with his body. The bone bracelet silently reappeared on his wrist. The old man stood up and turned into a meteor as he chased after Wang Lin. On the star compass, Wang Lin's eyes were closed. There was a plant mark flickering between his eyebrows. Black lines spread from his forehead to his neck and continued to spread. A series of roars came from Wang Lin's mouth. He suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a hint of madness. However, he immediately closed his eyes and revealed a struggling expression. He was facing extreme pain, but even so, he still maintained a trace of consciousness. He split a part of his mind to control the compass and continue to escape. His home was in the northeast, and during this season, his home needed heat. However, there had been a problem recently, so he had to go to the heating company every day to argue. That was why he didn't update the last 2 days as promised, nor did it erupt. Tomorrow, the heating company will go and check the reason. There should be a result. Please forgive me, but don't worry, Li Zhen will not ask for a day off. Chapter 353. The plant between Wang Lin's eyebrows grew like a demon and spread to his entire body. There were even black lines on the back of his hand. These black lines formed a strange pattern. These patterns seemed to have taken root in his flesh and were still spreading. The pain on Wang Lin's face became even more intense. He suddenly opened his eyes and formed a seal with both hands. After a long time, although his eyes were still red, there was a trace of clarity. However, there was a rune flashing across his eyes from time to time. It looked extremely strange. This rune is too vicious. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he looked at the black lines on the back of his hand. The rune had already spread to his entire origin soul. It was like a net had wrapped around his origin soul. The black lines on his skin were only hidden by his origin soul. This rune seems to have a life of its own. I can only suppress it for now. Wang Lin silently adjusted his breathing. After a long time, his spiritual energy stabilized. He touched the war chariot and it turned back into a bracelet. After using up a top-quality spirit stone to resist the suction of the war chariot, Wang Lin's eyes turned cold, and he looked back at the void behind him. He could feel that the hunchback old man was still chasing him and was getting closer and closer. If it wasn't for the fact that the star compass's speed was beyond imagination, he would have been caught long ago. "You're just like a ghost," Wang Lin cursed in his heart. He had been running for almost a month. During this month, Wang Lin felt like he had returned to the feeling of being a fugitive when he was still a foundation establishment cultivator. If it wasn't for the fact that his bag of holding was different from before, with all sorts of pills and spirit stones that could restore his cultivation, his spiritual energy would have been greatly depleted and he would have been caught by the old man. However, no matter how many pills he had, he would run out one day. Once he ran out of pills and spirit stones, his spiritual energy would be depleted to the point where the star compass couldn't be used. At that time, only death would await him. Run, he could only run. Other than the scroll that he couldn't use, all his treasures were useless against the old man. Now that the old man couldn't catch up, this would become a battle of attrition. It would be a battle of attrition. Wang Zhong's eyes flickered as he controlled the star compass and continued flying. With the intention to fight a war of attrition, Wang Lin was extremely careful with every pill he consumed, striving not to waste even the slightest bit of medicinal efficacy. The hunchbacked old man continued to chase. The more he chased, the more shocked he became. This junior in front of him was actually able to maintain such a high speed for such a long time. Although he was using some kind of magic treasure, he knew that magic treasures consumed spiritual energy. It was rare for this junior to be able to control this magic treasure for such a long time under the influence of the talisman. This person must be a disciple of a large sect among the outsiders above. He might even be a disciple of the kingdom of Rosefinch. The old man will definitely refine this person into a talisman puppet. When the time comes to send him up, he will definitely receive miraculous results. The Forsaken Immortal clan was restricted by a spell from the country of Rosefinch, so they couldn't leave the first layer and go to the surface. Only the talisman puppets could go up. The one that Wang Lin found outside the immortal graveyard was a talisman puppet, but it was only a low-rank one. This was why the Forsaken Immortal clan collected the bodies of their enemies after killing them. Otherwise, the Sea of Devils and all the neighboring countries would have already been slaughtered by the Forsaken Immortal clan. Also, they wouldn't have fought each other to find demonic beasts. The hunchbacked old man's eyes revealed a mysterious light as he chased after Wang Lin. The hunchbacked old man snorted. This junior must have a lot of pills, but no matter how many he has, he will run out. Once he runs out, it will be time for the old man to refine him into a talisman. This void was extremely large. During the past month, Wang Lin had been flying in a straight line, but he still couldn't see the end. The surrounding environment was exactly the same as when he first entered this place. It was completely dark without any signs of life. On this day, Wang Lin was controlling the compass to escape when his expression suddenly changed. A demonic plant appeared between his eyebrows and the black tattoos on his body began to move. It's acting up again. Wang Lin immediately split his attention. One was to control the compass while the other was to suppress the power of the tattoos. After a long time, he opened his eyes. The tattoos in his eyes were even stronger and the back of his hand was covered in tattoos. If a cultivator saw him right now, they would think that Wang Lin was a member of the Forsaken Immortal clan. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he let out a deep breath. He could feel that the tattoos on his origin soul had already entered and were spreading. Once his origin soul was completely surrounded by the tattoos, he would become the talisman puppet the old man talked about. Ever since he entered the immortal graveyard, Wang Lin had seen a lot of talisman puppets. Their eyes were all red and they gave off a violent aura. They didn't look like humans or ghosts. Wang Lin's heart was filled with bitterness. He knew that if this continued, his origin soul would be completely surrounded by the tattoos before he even used up all the pills. He touched his bag of holding. Inside was a piece of jade that was given to him by the head elder of the Serene clan. It could save his life once, but he didn't even know where he was, so how could he call the head elder over? He pondered for a bit and his eyes became cold. Wang Lin had cultivated for almost 500 years and had encountered many life and death situations, so he had developed a tenacious personality. Although he was in danger, the more dangerous it was, the calmer his mind became. The most important thing right now is to get rid of the tattoos in my body. Wang Lin sat on the star compass. His eyes lit up as he calmed down and began to ponder. These tattoos come from the plant between my eyebrows. All of the savages in the immortal graveyard have this plant between their eyebrows. Plant. Since it's a plant, it doesn't matter if it's a tattoo or not, it has the wood attribute. Wang Lin pondered. He had encountered a similar crisis before. Back when he was still at the Foundation establishment stage, he encountered the desolate beast fire spirit in the underground magma of the country of Hofun. The fire spirit devoured cultivators to complete itself. When he was devoured by the fire spirit, the heaven-defying bead suddenly activated and absorbed the fire spirit, completing its fire attribute. Thinking about this, Wang Lin decided to give it a try. He took a deep breath, pointed at his brow, and said, "Heaven-defying bead." Suddenly, a gray bead slowly floated out from between his eyebrows. This bead had the image of a few leaves on it. Aside from that, it looked very ordinary. The moment he saw the leaves on the heaven-defying bead, Wang Lin let out a roar and injected his spiritual energy into the star compass. The star compass sped up and flew off into the distance. Wang Lin immediately withdrew his spiritual energy. He knew that time was of the essence. With the star compass's current speed, even if he withdrew his spiritual energy, the star compass would still be able to travel a certain distance. Although this time was very short, it was Wang Lin's only choice. After withdrawing his spiritual energy, Wang Lin immersed himself in his origin soul and continued to force the tattoos toward his brow. Soon, the demonic plant appeared between his eyebrows. The tiny leaves were slowly growing. The hunchbacked old man immediately noticed that Wang Lin's speed had slowed down. He let out a snort and chased after Wang Lin. The black tattoos on Wang Lin's body wiggled strangely. Sometimes they would shrink toward his brow, and sometimes they would continue to spread. Every time they wiggled, Wang Lin's body would tremble and the pain on his face would become even more intense. The plant between his eyebrows became more and more clear. One leaf opened and the second leaf was also growing. Suddenly, Wang Lin opened his eyes. There was a flash of madness in his eyes. The trace of clarity that was hidden deep within his eyes was quickly dissipating. He let out a roar and stared at the heaven-defying bead. The clarity in his eyes slowly dissipated, but it immediately returned. This cycle repeated itself. Wang Lin's clothes were immediately soaked in sweat. He was betting that although the plant was formed from runes, it was of the wood attribute. If it was of the wood attribute, then the heaven-defying bead would be able to absorb it. If he lost, then he would immediately use all his strength to suppress the black tattoos. The hunchbacked old man seemed to have sensed something. His eyes revealed a hint of mockery as he chased after them. He was confident that no one would be able to break the talisman seed that he had planted unless their cultivation was higher than his. Wang Lin stared at the heaven-defying bead. The struggle on his face became even more intense. Suddenly, the heaven-defying bead let out a ray of green light. The green light was weak at first, but it quickly became brighter. Immediately after, the leaf that had just bloomed between Wang Lin's eyebrows trembled. It actually drilled out of Wang Lin's forehead and was absorbed by the heaven-defying bead. After the leaf disappeared, Wang Lin's eyes immediately became clear. He was pleasantly surprised and immediately pointed at the heaven-defying bead. The bead disappeared, and Wang Lin used all his strength to control the compass to escape. He knew that time was of the essence, and he didn't have time to absorb the plant. Now that the bead could absorb the leaf, there was a way to remove the talisman seed. He was no longer anxious and escaped at full speed. The hunchbacked old man's figure immediately appeared after Wang Lin left. His face was gloomy as he stared into the distance with a frown. Why does this junior have so many treasures? He even has treasures that can remove the talisman seed. The moment the leaf was absorbed by the heaven-defying bead, the old man immediately felt something was wrong and his heart was shocked. This person must be refined into a talisman seed. The old man's eyes flashed coldly as he chased after Wang Lin again. Wang Lin was very happy. He touched his forehead and sat on the star compass. He thought to himself, who would have thought that misfortune and fortune would come together? The heaven-defying bead's water, fire, and earth attributes are all complete. Only the metal attribute is missing, and the wood attribute is half complete. I wonder if the wood attribute will be complete after removing the strange plant in my body. Time passed bit by bit. Wang Lin had already forgotten about the passage of time. Every day, he would crazily control the star compass to escape. He had already consumed more than half of the pills in his bag of holding. There were only a few bottles left, but the sense of danger behind him still hadn't disappeared. However, what made Wang Lin happy was that the hunchbacked old man's speed was getting slower and slower. If this continued, Wang Lin believed that it wouldn't be long before he completely lost the hunchbacked old man. Although I'm almost out of pills, I still have top-quality spirit stones. With them, I can hold on until that old man runs out of energy. Wang Lin turned around and sneered. It's all thanks to that old man. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that the star compass had a teleportation ability. Wang Lin touched the star compass. He was very fond of it. Chapter 354. The hunchbacked old man had been frowning the entire time. He had been chasing the young man for more than 4 months. During these 4 months, the young man's speed had become faster and faster. There were several times when he was about to catch up, but the magical treasure beneath the young man would suddenly emit a white light. It was actually able to teleport away. At the same time that he was shocked, he was even more furious. As a Grand 7-Leaf Shaman, he couldn't even catch up to a junior. To him, this was a humiliation. However, he wasn't a cultivator. His cultivation relied on the runes on his body. He didn't expect this junior to be able to maintain this speed for 4 months. The hunchback old man's eyes lit up and he pondered a bit. He had used up a lot of the runes in his body, so it was impossible to continue chasing. Most importantly, he was a bit shaken. He didn't know how many treasures his junior hadn't taken out or how many pills he could use. After pondering for a bit, the hunchback old man revealed an unwilling expression. He let out a sigh and no longer chased. He turned around and left. As Wang Lin was flying, he suddenly felt the sense of danger behind him disappear. The star compass under him suddenly stopped. Wang Lin looked behind him and began to ponder. He's not chasing anymore? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He wasn't sure if the old man was really not chasing or if he had some other scheme. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin let out a sigh. If the old man was only at the late stage of soul formation, then even if he was in a sorry state, once he found out that the old man wasn't chasing anymore, he would still chase after him. However, this hunchback old man was equivalent to a soul transformation cultivator, so Wang Lin couldn't help but be more cautious. He pondered a bit and let out a snort. The star compass under him didn't continue forward, but instead moved to the side. The hunchback old man, who was walking toward the exit, immediately noticed Wang Lin's actions. His expression sank and he hesitated for a bit before ignoring Wang Lin. After some time, the old man's brows furrowed even more. Wang Lin was still maintaining a certain distance from him. The old man had endured this for many days. At this moment, he suddenly turned around and shouted, "Courting death!" His figure turned into a meteor and chased after Wang Lin once more. Wang Lin laughed heartily, and the star compass beneath him immediately moved, disappearing into the void. After chasing for several days, the old man had no choice but to give up. He could feel that the runic power was growing weaker and weaker. With a light snort, he turned around and flew towards the exit. Wang Lin immediately stopped. His eyes flashed, and he muttered to himself for a moment before he turned around and continued to harass him. The old man turned a deaf ear to Wang Lin and continued to fly. As time passed, Wang Lin was convinced that his opponent's actions did not seem to be a trick. He truly did not have the strength to chase after him. As such, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with coldness. He slapped his bag of holding and an immortal sword appeared in his hand. He stepped onto the feng shui compass and moved forward. Once he was a certain distance away from the old man, he slashed out with the immortal sword. He slashed out 3 times in a row before he left. 3 rays of black sword energy closed in, causing the old man's expression to sink. He stopped and pointed at the air before him. There were 3 popping sounds as the sword energy disappeared. The old man didn't move at all as he stared at Wang Lin in the distance and gloomily shouted, "Junior, I'll let you go this time. Scram! If you follow me again, don't blame me for taking your life." After saying that, the old man moved. He no longer paid attention to Wang Lin and quickly headed for the exit. Wang Lin sneered. Not only did he not retreat, he even got closer and would occasionally attack with his sword rays. A month later, the old man was extremely annoyed. He wanted nothing more than to chase after that junior and tear him to pieces. However, if he chased after Wang Lin, he would immediately run for his life. But if he stopped, Wang Lin would continue to harass him. Although the sword rays did not cause much damage to him, this endless behavior made his mood even worse. "Wang Lin, are you done yet?" On this day, the old man finally couldn't endure it anymore and roared at the void behind him. The runes on his body flashed like crazy, and a powerful pressure came from them. Wang Lin was in the distance, but he wasn't afraid at all. He smiled and said, "Senior has chased me for several months. It would be a pity to just give up like this. How about continuing to chase me? Junior doesn't have many pills left. If Senior continues to chase me, there is hope that you can catch up." The old man's eyes revealed a gloomy light. He stared at the void in the distance before his body suddenly moved and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he hatefully looked at the white light released by the star compass. Suddenly, his expression changed and he turned to look at the exit. When Wang Lin moved just now, he wasn't escaping but towards the exit. "Senior, Junior will go and destroy the exit. Then the 2 of us will have to wander around the void from now on. Won't that be faster?" Wang Lin's voice, which the old man felt was abhorrent, slowly came from the front. The old man let out a roar and suddenly charged out. His hatred for Wang Lin had reached the point where he was grinding his teeth. If it wasn't for Wang Lin's strange treasure, he would have chased after him a long time ago. How could he not chase after Wang Lin? Wang Lin didn't have many pills left in his bag, but he still had top-quality spirit stones. With them, Wang Lin was confident that he would be safe under the old man's pursuit. He would occasionally wave his celestial sword and send out a few strands of sword energy to disturb the old man's mind. This chase could be said to be a battle of attrition and also a psychological battle. The old man couldn't guess how many pills and spirit stones Wang Lin had. After 4 months of chasing, he was already suspicious and had a feeling that Wang Lin would never run out of pills. Although this feeling was very faint, when he gave up on chasing Wang Lin and Wang Lin started to disturb him, this feeling became stronger and stronger. At this point, he was certain that Wang Lin still had a lot of pills and spirit stones in his bag. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to chase after Wang Lin, unless the treasure under Wang Lin's feet suddenly broke. The old man had tried to attack the star compass, but not only was Wang Lin fast, he was also very cautious. As soon as he reached a certain distance, he would immediately teleport away, so the old man couldn't find an opportunity to attack. At this moment, because Wang Lin had changed directions, the chase began again. However, compared to before, the one suffering this time wasn't Wang Lin, but the old man. Several months later, Wang Lin had long run out of pills and was now relying on top-grade spirit stones to recover his spiritual energy. The more he chased, the more anxious the old man became. The number of times he attacked gradually increased, but against Wang Lin, who had the star compass, almost all of his attacks missed. As long as one of these attack runes landed on Wang Lin, he was confident that he could immediately injure or kill this damn junior. If the runes landed on the treasure, it could also make the treasure lose its effect. allowing him to slaughter it. Unfortunately, the star compass's speed had become more and more smooth and fast after Wang Lin had used it for 8 months. In the end, Wang Lin even took out 4 top-grade spirit stones and placed them into 4 holes on the star compass. He completely used the spirit stones to control the star compass. Apart from controlling the star compass with his divine sense, most of his energy was focused on attacking the old man behind him with various treasures. The restriction flag turned into a spear, the flowing time wood sculpture, the black seal, and several ancient treasures appeared in Wang Lin's hand. Although they had no effect on the old man, Wang Lin became more and more familiar with these treasures. After all, ever since he started cultivating, he had never had a chance to use the treasures to his heart's content. He swung the celestial sword again and again, becoming more and more familiar with it. In the end, he could even use Su Ligua's soul to swing the sword like a flying sword within 3 meters of his body. As a result, although the celestial sword's power didn't increase, it became more agile. All of this was thanks to the old man. The old man's anger had reached its limit. His face became darker and darker along the way. A cultivator that he could kill with a pinch of his finger dared to play tricks on him. After several months of chasing, Wang Lin had become someone that he had to kill in his life. He even threw the matter of Wang Lin refining a talisman to the back of his mind. If he had the chance, he wouldn't hesitate to tear apart Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin even took out the 3 sword sheaths from his bag of holding and used them one by one. Along the way, although Wang Lin's cultivation didn't increase, his understanding of his treasures was like heaven and earth compared to before. The current him was even more powerful when he used his treasures. On this day, in the distance, Wang Lin saw the exit. There was a giant rune flashing non-stop. As the rune flashed, the crack didn't close up. Wang Lin immediately saw the outside through the crack. There were countless savages surrounding the area, and their eyes shined brightly. Wang Lin softly snorted. He never planned on leaving this place. His body flashed as he jumped off the star compass and slashed down with the celestial sword. The rune trembled and cracks appeared on it. No! The hunchbacked old man in the distance had been chased for 8 months, and he hadn't consumed any medicinal pills. The power of his runes was extremely weak, and when he sensed that the runes at the exit were about to collapse, he immediately shouted. A trace of panic appeared on his face. He teleported and charged out. However, what he saw was Wang Lin slashing down again. The rune collapsed and the crack closed up. The old man's body trembled as he stared dumbfoundedly at the vanishing exit. Old fart, since I can't leave, then you shouldn't leave either. Keep chasing. Wang Lin didn't stop. After destroying the rune, he returned to the star compass and flew away. His loud laughter could be heard from the distance. Madman, you madman! Even if I die, the old man won't let you go. The old man's eyes were red as he turned around and chased after Wang Lin again. However, the rune on his body was dim. After chasing for a while, the old man clenched his fist and let out a roar. He suddenly sat down in the lotus position and a 7-leaf plant appeared between his eyebrows. The leaves slowly grew and wrapped around his body. When all 7 leaves were wrapped around him, the old man's body completely disappeared, leaving behind a giant plant that bloomed alone in the void. I hope I can use the Gu clan's spirit to open a passage. The old man inside the plant slowly closed his eyes. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.